What is up, everybody? What is up? How are we doing tonight? Welcome back to the Lit Dojo as always. I'm your host with the most, Zach Black, aka the Shogun Guardian. Welcome back to the Lit Dojo, my friends. Welcome on back. Tonight is going to be an exciting night. But before we get into stream, there's something I want to talk about first of all. There's something that I want to talk about before we get into stream. Let me just pull it up real quick because I've been seeing this on the internet, and when I just pulled up my Twitter. So I don't mean to start stream off like this, but this needs to be addressed. This really needs to be addressed. So just recently I looked up Bongo Taiga, or Taigaholic, and I'm going to read what they said, but please try to support them as much as you can. Please support them. I'm stuck inside all day, every day, with nothing to do, while my body and youthfulness waste away, and all people want to do online is make me kill myself and ruin my semblance of a career I could ever achieve before my life even really begins. Listen, I just want to say something for Bongo Taiga. This needs to stop. This seriously needs to stop. I cannot understand what it is that Taiga has done to deserve this. Actually, nothing. They've done nothing at all. This hate and spite towards her needs to stop. First, it started with Nux false accusing them of being a pedo, which is wrong. And then now, people are still trying to bring her down. It's like, when will this stop? Let me turn my music off. When will this stop? Okay, I don't mean to get into drama much, but this is getting old, guys. And even after stream, I'm going to do a video. I'm going to do a video. But this needs to stop. This really needs to stop because this is getting old. Matter of fact, let me see if I can record. Okay, so main thing is just Bongo Taiga. If you're watching this, I just want you to know that you are not alone. You have people who actually care about you and genuinely want to help you. And I want to be one of those people who can help you any way I can. With all this hate going around, I just can't understand. Because Vtubing was never like this. Vtubing was meant to be fun. Vtubing was meant to be happy back when it was 2020. Back when I was just in high school. And all this is getting old. Vtubing was meant to bring people together for fun, for excitement. But all we're doing now is just trying to tear each other down. And for what? This needs to stop. It needs to stop. We need to try to help Taiga as much as we can. Okay? We need to help Taigaholic at Sabertooth Tora on Twitter. Okay? This needs to stop. If you can help support her, please do so. Because, listen, I'm only going to reference this VTuber only once. Shizzy, aka the God, as he calls himself, he wasn't wrong. The VTuber community nowadays, most don't care about each other. They really don't. It's like all they really care about is clout and slandering people. And it's getting old. Now I'm going to read what Taiga has said. I'm going to read what she said. I'm stuck inside all day, every day, without nothing to do while my body and youthfulness waste away. And all people want to do online is make me kill myself and ruin any semblance of a career I could ever achieve before my life even really begins. Now, thankfully, we have people down below in the Twitter read that are actually helping and supporting her, which is good. Taiga really needs this. But furthermore, this hate towards Taiga needs to stop. It needs to stop because this is exactly what the internet wants us to do. The internet's trying to get rid of us through all this negativity and toxicity. And I just don't get it. Why do y'all spend so much energy trying to take down one VTuber? You spend all this energy trying to destroy each other when you should be building each other up. Why? Do you have no honor? Do you not have any integrity or honor in your spine or backbone? This needs to stop. The bullying of Bongo Tyga, aka now Tygaholic, needs to stop. I don't mean to start stream like this, but for everyone watching, please, we need to help support Tyga. This needs to stop. It needs to really stop because this is getting old. It really is. But with that being said, listen, if you're watching Tyga, we're not going to give up on you. We got your back. The Warriors and the Shogun Master himself will continue to fight on with you. So that being said, we're going to keep fighting. Let's continue to help support Tyga in any way we can. That being said, let's stay lit, Warriors. Yeehaw! Thanks, guys. Thanks for the patience. Just got done recording this too. But seriously, look. Y'all are probably asking why I'm doing this. Why I'm spending so much energy on this. It's because when I became a VTuber, I genuinely want to make friends with people. I actually want to be friends with so many amazing people who I've grown up to love and admire. But sadly, as Serval first taught me, Serval being my inspiration, my first inspiration, like she taught me, people are not as they always seem to be. And she's not wrong. People can be fake. And that's just the truth, guys. That's why I always say, be the best that you can be for everyone else. Be the best that you can be for others. Because this world needs leaders. And that's what I want to be. I want to be the kind of role model that young people can look up to and be proud of. Sure, I'm not perfect. And there are still some personal things that I need to get over and work out. But at least I'm honest enough to say that and actually put the action in. Because I'm a man of action. I don't even like talking about what I'm going to do. Most of the time, I don't even say what I'm going to do. I just do it. Because I don't like being a person of talk. I am a man of action. And that's just the kind of man that I am. I want to be the kind of man that people can be proud of. And just say, yeah, this is the kind of person I want my kids to look up to. So, that all being said, I don't mean to go on to a rant, but this needs to stop. This really needs to stop, okay? So, that being said, to calm our nerves down, how's everyone doing this fine Thanksgiving? Hope we're all doing swell. Hope we're all having a great afternoon. And most importantly, I hope we're all enjoying ourselves. That's good. That's good. This month has been a real fight through November with the whole No Nut November trend. I know. With the whole No Nut November trend and everything. Along with just November madness and just the internet being the internet. But nonetheless, I'm glad to be here with you guys. And with that being said, before we start stream, let's go ahead and react to some good content of the internet. If you allow me, just go ahead and pull it up real quick. I just really wanted to make sure that I could just share what I need to share about Tyga. I don't get into drama because I'm not a clout chaser. I'm not. I just don't care for clout chasing. But with that being said, just gonna go ahead and find the right content. Hold on, trying to find it. Oh gosh. Here it is. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get into the litness. Let's go ahead and pull up the internet real quick. There we go. Just gonna scooch on out the way. And let's get ready to play. We're gonna be reacting to some more Thought Potato. some more thought potato, the bizarre biology of the centaur. As always, I really enjoy breaking down the supernatural and sci-fi. Again, I'm a nerd. I am a serious nerd, and I just really, really love the supernatural and science fiction. Oh, I almost forgot. Excuse me. So I've also been thinking about next month. Great news. I will not be taking a hiatus. I fear to boost productivity of streams and more of our adventures. I will be doing more streams and more gaming. And plus, thanks to my time learning for next year's debut, I'm happy to say that I won't need to do any hiatuses. I can just go ahead and stream throughout the rest of this year and just keep grinding. But thank you all for being patient and understanding and supportive. Because I don't want to leave you guys in suspense or like just out of the blue leave or worry y'all at all. I want to make sure I'm as transparent as possible and that people can understand my schedules. But with that being said, thank you for your patience. So I will not be leaving for hiatus. We will continue our adventure through Trepang2 and afterwards return to some more adventures in the anime verse. So, that being said, without further ado, let's get into the video.
Stranger to bizarre amalgamations, many of them from Greek
Let me know if
mythology.
that's too loud.
Since the Bronze Age, the merged silhouettes of
Hold on. Let me know if I need to turn the volume up or down some. I don't want to be blowing your ears out.
the pages of history are no stranger to bizarre amalgamations, many of them from Greek mythology. Since the Bronze Age, the merged silhouettes of horse and human have captured our imagination. As legend has it, the centaur is a creature of contradiction, both outward and inward, a fusion of wisdom and savagery, civilization and brutality. The Greeks placed the centaur's origin in the mountains of Thessaly, where legendary teachers like Chiron shared knowledge with heroes, even as their relatives engaged in acts of violence and chaos. But I will say from the outset, my valued listener, that what I discovered beneath Mount Pelion defies all conventional understanding of vertebrate biology. The fossilized remains I encountered there suggest something far more profound than mythology, a creature whose very existence challenges everything we thought we knew about evolutionary history. What follows here is not yet another retelling of an ancient myth. I present to you instead a scientific examination of a creature that nature crafted and that something else attempted to perfect. The legends of the centaur need little introduction. Half-human, half-horse creatures that have captured imagination for millennia.
In other words, it's like an ancient evolution of the furry. Y'all know I just had to make that joke. I had to make that joke, okay? Don't at me.
And yet, as with many myths, the details prove more complex than popular depictions might suggest. The most famous account tells of their violent clash with the Lapiths, a human tribe who had invited the centaurs to a wedding feast. But the centaurs, after some rounds of wine, attempted to carry off all the women, including the bride. The Lapiths, aided by renowned hero Theseus, fought the centaurs and managed to succeed in victory. This tale, now referred to as the Centaurimachy, came to symbolize the eternal conflict between civilization, represented by the Lapiths, and savagery. But not every centaur was known as a brute. Chiron, for example, was known to be a wise teacher of heroes, skilled in medicine and astronomy. From his cave on Mount Pelion, he was said to have tutored many of Greece's legendary figures, including Achilles and Jason. Pelion. Little did I know just how significant that name would come to be. You see, my valued listener, as I had conducted my examination of the scrolls stored in the labyrinth at Knossos, I had initially dismissed a reference to Thessaly as incidental, a mere geographical notation among the more complex diagrams and ritual descriptions. But something about that passage struck me as odd. Unlike the detailed chronologies of experimentation, this section described what appeared to be observation. Allison took the liberty of deciphering much of the ancient Greek. She is much more linguistically skilled than I. and found references to creatures in the northern mountains with an almost reverent tone. The authors of these scrolls, the ones I've come to call the keepers of the labyrinth, seem to be documenting not just their own work, but something else. Though we were dealing with little more than archaeological fragments, I suspected that the answers to my questions lie somewhere in those mountains, and so it was that I, along with Allison, traveled to Thessaly. In all honesty, I was shocked to find that our first inquiries in the region were not met with bewilderment or dismissal. Instead, local farmers spoke of strange sounds in the night. Hikers described unusual tracks. What caught my attention was the geographic consistency. Most unusual creature sightings tend to scatter randomly across a region, but these centered around a specific network of valleys in the Pelian Range. And yet, despite all of this, we uncovered no physical evidence. That is, until we almost literally stumbled upon a single hair sample deep within a remote cave system, the location of which will remain classified. In short, the hair's genetic markers were unusual enough to warrant further investigation. However, given the unsanctioned nature of this particular investigation, I wasn't able to pursue analysis through the usual channels, and for a time at least, it appeared that we had hit a dead end. It was the caves themselves that eventually led to a breakthrough. The Cretan scrolls shed some light on this, but ultimately, our discovery of an extensive network of subterranean caverns was mostly a matter of luck. There were no living creatures there, no signs of habitation. What we saw instead, at least at first, were signs of ancient excavation and the fossilized remains of a creature that would eventually shatter my carefully constructed worldview. It is at this point that I must beg your indulgence. What I am about to describe will seem far-fetched, even by the standards of my previous investigations. But it was there. As I've discovered firsthand, the worlds of science and mythology are complex and ever-changing, and each exploration leads to 1,000 new trails to follow. Novelists, video game designers, and dungeon masters know this as well, and they all know the pain of simply keeping track of everything as they make it ready to share with the world. But with World Anvil, even the most complex world building is a breeze. With 25 world building article templates, you can write up detailed accounts and format them in wiki-style presentations. Then map out everything from species and races to regions, characters, diseases, and magic systems, and effortlessly link them together with the built-in auto-linker function.
Well, that's convenient. It really is nice. So I could be trying to make a new Gotham fantasy world, and I could get this done within a day. Nice.
Plus, World Anvil is always adding new features. For example, their built-in writing experience has just been fully revamped with block-based editing, easy image insertion, and much more. So now it is truly what you see is what you get, and I for one am loving it. And once you've begun to forge your world, all of your entries are completely searchable. It makes it so much easier than sifting through documents and folders just to try to remember your character's birthday. Seriously, with World Anvil, the only thing holding you back is your own imagination. Now, if you want to check out World Anvil for yourself, which I highly recommend, simply visit worldanvil.com and use code POTATO at checkout for a staggering 50...
Potato. Kind of reminds of what I had for Thanksgiving dinner today. So we had the good old yams. We had yams, warriors, yams. Along with some mashed potatoes, some cornbread, and some dressing. And most importantly, the sweet, succulent, delicious turkey. Gobble, gobble, warriors. Gobble, gobble, because that turkey was, très bon. Très bon, comme d'habitude. Best Thanksgiving ever.
1% off any yearly plan. So if you're a novelist, a dungeon master planning your next campaign, or you're just looking for a place to build out the ideas that have been rattling around in your head, World Anvil is not only the place to start, it's the place to grow and share all of your hard work. Link is in the description. We found multiple specimens preserved with remarkable clarity in the limestone. However, they weren't what the legends would have led me to expect. Quite unlike popular depiction, this was no human-equine amalgamation. Before me lay the remains of something else entirely, a six-limbed predator. I would later name it Agihexapus thessalicus, and it came to consume me. What follows is a detailed account of the specimens we examined, multiple complete skeletons with fragments of preserved soft tissues, likely owing to the conditions of the cave that held it. On average, these specimens measured roughly 5 feet tall at the shoulder and 6 to 7 feet in total length. Agyhexapus thessalicus is, as previously mentioned, a 6-limbed vertebrate with an elevated anterior segment, a bowel plan which, to my knowledge, has no physical precedent in nature. It's difficult to know where to even begin. Perhaps the first question is how an organism with 6 limbs could be feasible from a biomechanical standpoint. And this question would lead to what is arguably this organism's most impressive skeletal feature, its vertebral column. Indeed, supporting 6 limbs while maintaining an elevated anterior segment presents unique problems of balance, weight distribution, and coordination that likely required several key adaptations. One can see the first such innovation in the spine's gradual, elongated curve. Unlike the abrupt transitions we see in modern quadrupeds, this smooth curve would have distributed forces evenly across the entire column. The neural spines maintained consistent height throughout, suggesting an arrangement of paraspinal muscles that provided stability through tension, much like the cables of a suspension bridge. To this point, unlike the relatively simple arrangement seen in most vertebrates, the creature's epaxial muscles appear to have developed into distinct deep and superficial layers, preserved as differentiated bands of tissue. The deeper muscles' attachment points would facilitate fine postural control, while the superficial layer's broad insertions would have allowed for explosive movement. Preserved tissue structure also reveals a rectus abdominis developed into separate anterior and posterior segments, bridged by a complex of oblique muscles. This is another impressive aspect of this organ.
Okay, so because of the muscles in the front, that keeps it evenly bound. Because of the spine structure in the back, too, that makes perfect sense. Because the front legs have to be kind of upper, while the back legs are lower via the spine. So that makes sense for balance purpose. It really does.
Organism's anatomy. Without this arrangement, the elevated anterior portion would have created unsustainable strain on the spine. Combined with the long gracile tail acting as a counterbalance, this musculoskeletal arrangement would have allowed Thessalicus to maintain its distinctive posture without excessive muscular effort. Of course, these systems would have been nothing without equally sophisticated limb adaptations, and so it is with Thessalicus. Beginning anterior, these limbs exhibit 4 functional digits, and the preserved joint surfaces and muscle attachment points indicate an elevated range of motion, which matches wear patterns we found on primitive tools discovered alongside the fossils. In short, these limbs were undoubtedly used primarily for manipulation, gathering, and tool use. It could very well be that the reports of an ancient species of bow-wielding hybrids, so to speak, had some merit after all. Of course, there may also be another explanation, but we will return to that in time. The middle and posterior pairs of limbs likely bore the forward.
So it's not like your classic. That makes sense too, because we're thinking realistically, like with the mermaids, they're not as movies and they're not like what movies would depict. Like, let's be realistic. A mermaid would not look beautiful. They would probably look they would be kind of funny looking. We'll just say that to be sure. And then along the leg structure here, and then the front hands, that's relatable. Not relatable. That's understandable. That's very understandable because, in my personal opinion, if a centaur did exist, it wouldn't be like what movies depict it as. It'd probably be more rough looking and more animalistic like. I mean, it is half man, half animal, so we'd have to be honest about that.
Responsibility for locomotion, each displaying a reduction to 3 digits, which is a clear cursorial adaptation. It goes without saying that while these limbs are clearly not as similar to horses as the legends would have us believe, they do bear a striking resemblance to early equid ancestors like Eohippus, with digits and joint structures optimized for uneven terrain. I will take a brief interlude here to describe what I anticipate to be a burning question in your mind, valued listener, just as it was in mine. How could such a remarkable body plan have evolved in the first place? In the absence of any direct fossil evidence of any early stages, I believe that we can make some inferences. Keep in mind, however, that at this time, these hypotheses are just that. The first stage of Thessalicus development likely began with an early aquatic form, perhaps during the initial vertebrate transition to land, wherein this branch appears to have retained an additional set of paired fins that would later develop into the middle limbs. The transition from fin to limb would have followed similar developmental patterns to those we see in early tetrapods, but occurring across 3 pairs rather than 2. In any case, the hypothesized intermediate stages of Thessalicus lineage are undoubtedly where environmental pressures had the most.
Now, me personally, I don't really believe in evolution, but, well, since this is just fantasy and just mythology, we'll go off this route just a little bit.
Impact. One could argue well that possessing 6 legs isn't better than 4, yet instead of losing or reducing its middle limbs as one might expect, as we've seen, Thessalicus appears to have repurposed its anterior pair entirely for manipulation while retaining 4 legs for locomotion. This solution, though seemingly more complex, must have provided significant advantages in its mountain environment. But the most profound transformation would have occurred in the 4th and 5th stages, where the anterior segment's elevation might have begun as a simple behavioral adaptation, rising up to scan for prey or threats, or perhaps reaching for food, before, as the anterior limbs specialized further, becoming a fixed postural change. And yet, the sophistication of Thessalicus's adaptation suggests a long history, one that, by all normal expectations, should have left considerable evidence across multiple geological strata. The fact that it hasn't, at least to public knowledge, is frankly disturbing. But for now, let us return to what I can say with certainty. We have seen that the typical depiction of a centaur is one of jarring juxtaposition, that of man and beast. But as we've also seen, Thessalicus displays a clear homogeneity across its entire body, and nowhere is this more apparent than in its locomotory anatomy. To begin with, the anterior shoulder structure shows a complete departure from its locomotor origins. The scapulae are broad and distinctly flattened, providing expansive attachment points for muscles controlling its presumably dexterous forelimbs. Most notably, the glenoid cavity is oriented to allow an extraordinary range of motion, more reminiscent of primates than any cursorial mammal. But most astoundingly, the creature appears to have developed what is essentially a double pelvic structure, a modified anterior hip girdle for the middle limb pair, integrated with a more traditional posterior pelvis. Between these 2 pelvic components, dense ridges of bone indicate what would have been substantial ligament attachment points, thereby creating a framework that would have distributed forces evenly during rapid locomotion. Ultimately, what is striking to me about these specimens is simply the integration of the musculoskeletal system. Antagonistic muscle groups likely worked in concert across all major body segments, perhaps most notably in the evidence of broad fascial sheets running obliquely between the anterior and middle limb sets. These would have acted like tension cables, automatically adjusting to maintain stability as the creature shifted its weight or reached for prey. In short, this is a creature whose every anatomical feature serves a clear and fascinating purpose. Unfortunately, without living specimens to observe, I can say virtually nothing about Thessalicus' level of intelligence with complete certainty. However, I am able to make some inferences based on certain endocranial castings. First, the cranial capacity and internal structure indicate areas of likely neural enhancement, particularly in regions we associate with motor control and coordination. Second, the size of the vertebral canal and its associated foramina could have accommodated substantial nerve pathways to all 3 pairs of limbs. As would be expected, the size and arrangement of these neural passages, particularly in the anterior region, indicate enhanced innervation to the forelimbs. Finally, based on certain artifacts recovered along with the fossilized remains, I can say with some confidence that this species was intelligent. The cave system yielded numerous preserved tools showing sophisticated manufacturing processes, including carved bone implements with distinct wear patterns which, to me, strongly suggest prolonged use for specific tasks. I will now describe our findings of Thessalicus's internal anatomy, which presents several fascinating solutions to the challenges of supporting its unique body plan. For example, perhaps somewhat unexpectedly, the lungs are housed in the anterior thoracic cavity. I suspect that this placement is advantageous as it positions the primary respiratory apparatus closer to the brain. This arrangement likely evolved as Thessalicus's ancestors gradually developed their elevated anterior segment. As part of this process, as the front portion rose, the lungs would have simply shifted with it. Additionally, the diaphragm is more refined than what we see in traditional tetrapods. Rather than a single muscular sheet, it appears to have developed into a segmented structure that would have allowed for more precise control over breathing mechanics and could have led to increased overall efficiency. The anterior thoracic cavity also housed the heart. Residual cardiac tissues lead me to believe that the heart was relatively large with thicker ventricular walls. Additionally, preserved vessels indicate
That's understandable, seeing as it's meant for speed, especially having the body of a almost near like a horse. Like if we're talking about a centaur, then of course, which we are. If we're talking about having the body of a horse, then yes, that makes sense. The heart is bigger for speed, for blood work, like having extra oxygen tanks almost, especially with the lungs. Because if it's meant to be a fast animal, then obviously the respiratory system and the circulatory system, along with the cardiovascular, all three would have to be more enhanced for that. So if it's meant for speed, then yes, the cardiovascular, the respiratory, and the circular systems, all three would have to be properly evolved and advanced for speed. So the heart being almost 2 times its normal size of a human, understandable, and can be concluded that yes, dealing with the animal that's meant for speed, it's naturally going to have these 3 systems enhanced. That's all I can say furthermore.
increased elasticity, particularly of those serving the brain, an adaptation which would have been crucial for rapid elevation changes. Due to the location of these crucial organs, the anterior ribcage is sufficiently robust, remarkably similar to that of a human. The stomach and primary digestive organs, on the other hand, are positioned within the posterior thoracic cavity, which is protected.
So wait, the digestive system is within. You would have think it would be in the core. Well, no, we need to think this isn't an ordinary being, of course.
By its own distinct set of ribs. In contrast to the more rigid anterior ribcage, however, this structure was likely more flexible and with wider spacing between the ribs. This would have allowed for digestive expansion while still providing protection and muscle attachment points. The digestive system itself shows clear omnivorous adaptation with what I believe to be a slight predatory emphasis. Examinations of Thessalicus's dentition match what we observe in the preserved gut structure, as the teeth exhibit a combination of slicing and grinding surfaces. It appears that the stomach itself was relatively large but simple, and food was likely broken down mechanically rather than by extended chemical digestion. And as food was ingested, it quite clearly would have moved through an elongated esophagus spanning both body segments before reaching the stomach. Though intestinal tissues were not well preserved in the specimens we examined, it stands to reason, especially given the capacious posterior cavity, that the small intestine was long and efficiently coiled within the posterior cavity and would have allowed for efficient extraction of nutrients from both meat and plant material. And so it is that, in large part, this concludes our findings in regards to those particular specimens. But as monumental as this was, it would not be our last discovery. As our excavation continued deeper into the cave system, we began finding evidence of activity. At first, these seemed to be the typical archaeological remains, more tools, pottery shards, and the usual detritus of prehistoric occupation. But as we pressed in further, the artifacts became different, more elaborate. It started with the discovery of a sealed chamber, its entrance carved with symbols that were unsettlingly similar to those I'd seen in Crete. We managed to unseal the chamber, and it was, in fact, easier than we might have thought. But what lay within suggested that the Cretan cult's attempts at fleshcraft were little more than crude imitations of something far more ancient and far more advanced. The walls of this chamber were covered in diagrams of unsettling sophistication, scratched into the stone like chalk on a board. The diagrams quite clearly depicted the very same skeletal configuration we had only just discovered. The modified diaphragm, the precise arrangement of the neural pathways. We stood in awe. These were not some primitive cave paintings. This was art. And I have yet to unravel all of what we discovered there, and I hesitate to even say it aloud. Alongside the drawings of Thessalicus's natural anatomy were systematic modifications, outlined alterations to the anterior ribcage to accommodate larger lungs, reinforcement of the cervical vertebrae, limb elongation, enlargement of the brain case. Bound pages lay on stone tables at the wall's base, seemingly untouched.
So in short, they're trying to operate and enhance their own physiology. So in other words, they understood the concept of surgery. Okay, they were evolving, they were getting smarter.
By time, each one layered in heavy script I didn't recognize, accompanied by still more anatomical drawings. The organism they depicted was like Thessalicus in many ways, but more gracile, for lack of a better word, more refined. We took many photographs, but I fear that they will never now see the light of day. But as we did so, the flash of bulbs like lightning against a stony sky, we heard a sound. Something else was in that cave with us. My valued listener, I'm afraid that this recording must end here. The full account of what I encountered in those deeper chambers and the profound implications for our understanding of both evolution and human history are best not committed to this format. What I can say is this. It has become clear to me that the Cretan cult's attempts at fleshcraft were merely fumbling imitations of something far more unbelievable and far more ancient. And that something still lives. The story doesn't end here. You can find more at the link in the description. Thank you for watching, and remember, you matter. Building article templates, you can write up detailed. The Earth holds many secrets, some larger than others.
So basically, there's a more advanced version of the Centaur, and they were literally trying to self-build themselves to become that version. That's quite fascinating indeed. Very, very fascinating.
Stories of giants have cropped up through the millennia, of enormous bloodthirsty humanoids who threaten to grind bones for flour, or stand in the way of brave human adventurers. And among the creatures of folklore, few have been so easily dismissed as mere fantasy. After all, beings of such size would find it difficult to evade documentation, and yet the legends continue. And deep within the arid desert of America's Southwest, one such legend has persisted. Stories of a race of red-haired, man-eating giants driven to extinction by their own terrified prey. It would be easy to dismiss these stories as well, but as is the case with so many alleged myths, the truth is far larger than we've imagined. Within the northwestern region of Nevada lies an ancient seabed. It is now mostly dry, much like the arid landscape that surrounds it. Peoples of the Great Basin have thrived here for generations, carrying with them a rich oral history of cultures, myths, and locations. As mentioned previously, one such legend is surprisingly widespread, that of a race of extremely tall, red-haired cannibals. According to many such legends, these giants were a thorn in the side of any surrounding populations, but most specifically the northern Paiute people, who had given these giants a name, Siteka, or Tool Eaters. Bitter battles between the Siteka and the northern Paiutes were frequent, and over the years the population of these cannibalistic giants began to dwindle. At some point, those of the giants that remained were cornered in a large rock shelter, known now as Lovelock Cave. It was here that the northern Paiutes finally succeeded in their extermination. The giants who had retreated into the cave were smoked out by a large fire, and in attempting to then escape, nearly all were killed by volleys of arrows. And so it was that the Siteka's reign of terror was brought to an end. But did a race of red-haired, cannibalistic giants truly inhabit the Great Basin? Is it possible that such a population has been wiped from the land, its only legacy passed down among those who conquered them? Following certain recent events, these are the questions I sought to answer. In presenting my findings, I ask only that you prepare yourself, for the answer is yes. This world is filled with the unknown. Stories, ecosystems, and yes, beings that defy explanation. Today, writers, video game designers, and dungeon masters create their own fantastic worlds, each populated with completely unique creatures, people, and cultures. The problem is, as these worlds grow, it can be difficult to keep track of everything, and to build on what you...
Yes, that's quite agreeable. Even when I create OCs and different characters and worlds for my artworks, even I find it difficult sometimes to really organize. I mostly do things on Google Docs, so This is quite true indeed.
you've created. But with World Anvil, even the most complex world building is a breeze. With 25 world building article templates, you can write up detailed accounts and format them in wiki-style presentations. Then map out everything from species to races to regions, characters, diseases, and magic systems, and effortlessly link them with the built-in auto-linker function. Plus, World Anvil is always adding new features. One of their more recent features is called Chronicles, which takes some aspects of one of the features that I use most, the timeline creation tool, and combines it with geographic mapping, allowing you to plot events across time and space, and link them to articles such as your species profiles. Go even deeper with World Anvil's extensive character management features, character sheets, journals, inventory management, and even spellbooks. And right now, World Anvil is running their annual World Ember event, a world-building community challenge where users can set writing goals, work to achieve them, and maybe even win a few prizes along the way. World Ember runs through December, so if you want to try out World Anvil for yourself, just visit worldanvil.com and enter code POTATO at checkout for a whopping 51% off any
Potato. Potato.
yearly plan. So whether you're a novelist, a dungeon master planning your next campaign, or you're looking to create an alien civilization, if you've got an idea for any world-building project, World Anvil is the place to start. Link is in the description. Following our time in the Ural Mountains, I implored my team to join me in following the information left by Dr. Alaric. The decision to pursue this was not made lightly. We were all keenly aware of the risks of an unsanctioned investigation, professionally to be certain, but perhaps more than that. Marcus refused outright, and I cannot say that I blame him. But I fear that this may have severed the last string that held our little team together. Allison, however, made the choice to join me, for which I was truly grateful. We arrived in Nevada mere days later, and in large part conducted our investigation like any other, interviewing locals, pursuing legends. But this time, things were different. This ground had already been tread, and we were not the first to seek out Nevada's red-haired giants. Though the Paiute legends date back generations, modern analysis of this region began in 1911, when two guano miners working in Lovelock Cave began to find scattered artifacts, and among them they found a mummified corpse, roughly 6 feet 6 inches in height and with red-colored hair. A year later, a man named L.L. Loud of the university's anthropology department arrived at Lovelock and began the process of excavation. According to official reports, within the cave's charred interior, among more than 10,000 artifacts, Loud eventually uncovered the remains of 32 individuals. But Loud's methods left much to be desired. There is no comprehensive report of his findings, and there is no number of bodies known to be entirely accurate. Even the mummified body initially discovered by the miners has been lost to time. Near the same time, a man named John T. Reed had begun his own investigation into the legends. In 1931, not far from Lovelock Cave, he unearthed a skeleton that measured 7 feet 7 inches. That wasn't the only skeleton Reed uncovered, but when he died in 1943, all of these specimens simply vanished, with no record. This piqued our interest to say the least, and it appeared that it had piqued Alaric's as well. His letter had given coordinates. When we traveled there, we saw another compound, this one much lower profile and half covered by the windswept sands. The letter had also included the combination for entry, and we entered, entirely unsure of what we'd find. Dust hung suspended in the air, swirling in our wakes. Pickaxes, shovels, tables.
That's an old barn. That's an old mine barn for their... excuse me. That's an old mining barn for sure. This place is abandoned, obviously. So basically, someone's already discovered that there were giants, but didn't want to make it public. I wonder why.
Tables, chairs, half-packed tents, all strewn along the walls. But mostly there were wooden crates, dozens of them. And within these crates, though he likely didn't know it at the time, Alaric had stowed a gift, the desiccated remains of giants. I will begin my findings by addressing the most obvious questions. those regarding size. First, the height of the specimens Alaric had obtained ranged from roughly 8 feet to 12 feet, with 9.7 feet being the average. Though most specimens were complete or partial skeletons, several retained soft tissues such as flesh, organs, and hair. These latter were in varying stages of mummification, likely induced by natural processes such as the cool, low oxygen environment of certain caves. The largest samples appear to have been male, and in each case where hair was preserved, it exhibited a distinct reddish coloration. Allow me, if you will, to elaborate on our observations. It has long been thought that extraordinarily large bipedal primates, giants if you will, would be impossible due to the well-known square cube law. The biological aspect of this law essentially states that as a creature grows larger, its volume and weight increase much faster than its surface area. In other words, in large animals, the body mass, which grows cubically, increases at a much greater rate compared to the muscle strength and bone structure, which grow only by the square. Normally, this discrepancy would lead to significant challenges in supporting the body's increased mass. And indeed, an isometrically scaled organism, one whose body plan and proportions are essentially scaled up despite being designed for a smaller organism, would face numerous problems. Damaging health effects such as poor circulation, respiratory issues, severe skeletal and muscular strain, and metabolic problems have been observed in humans like Robert Wadlow. But the giants in Alaric's compound appeared to be allometrically scaled. The proportions of their anatomical features adjusted in relation to each other
Hold up. Oh, they got extra digits, an extra finger and extra toe. Wow. That's something I didn't notice before.
Specifically due to their size. Indeed, numerous modifications have been made to what might be considered a traditional human body plan, and that simple observation was perhaps the most startling. For the most part, the skeletons and remains we observed are not dissimilar in structure from humans, but of course, in life, many of the larger specimens we studied would likely have weighed many hundreds of pounds, some perhaps approaching half a ton. The combined strain that immense weight and muscular forces would place on a bipedal skeleton is immense. As a result, in order to keep the femurs from snapping and the joints from popping out of place, these giants' numerous adaptations were necessary. Overall bone density is greatly increased, perhaps as much as 50% more than that of humans, and cross-sectional measurements indicate increased circumference overall. This is most apparent in the femur, tibia, pelvis, and lumbar vertebrae, but is certainly not limited to these. It is interesting to note that in these specimens, the length of both the trunk and arms are proportionally smaller than in humans, while the legs are proportionally longer and thicker. This is likely what allows the giant's body to cope with their own immense size, while still maintaining an erect posture. But in achieving such size, one of the greatest challenges to the humanoid body plan has to do with where the bones articulate, the joints. In giants, we saw that increased bone mass leads to an increased surface area at each of the synovial joints, as well as thicker hyaline cartilage. The ligaments of the joint capsules are also greatly hypertrophied, such as the iliofemoral, pubofemoral, and ischiofemoral ligaments in the hips. This increased surface area likely greatly enhanced these joints' ability to distribute load effectively. For any bipedal creature, perhaps the greatest strain is placed on the knees. In humans, the knee joint is mobile, with highly developed menisci designed for.
So in other words, it would make sense that there had to be constant evolution for the giant's physiology, mainly because of the knee support. That's understandable. The bigger you are, the more your body will have to support. That's like how the legs support the body's weight. So it's like the more weight you add on, that's more weight your knees and ligaments, the more your knees and lower leg regions need to hold. That's a lot. So I can understand the bone structure having to evolve over time.
For stability through a range of movement patterns. And interestingly, in giants, the larger sections of the femoral and tibular articular surfaces are certainly beneficial in supporting their mass, though interestingly, we have observed less developed menisci, similar to the joints of elephants. In terms of movement, this has two effects. First, giants are likely not capable of complex leg movements such as medial and lateral rotation. Throughout the body, but perhaps most apparent here, agility and range of motion appear to have been traded for stability. Indeed, the giant's walking gait would likely have exhibited energy-efficient, pendulum-like movements. Second, the articular surfaces are highly congruent, essentially meaning that they fit together nearly perfectly. This congruency allows for direct distribution of pressure across a larger area of articular cartilage, making the smaller menisci less critical for joint function, especially compared to humans. However, many of the specimens we analyzed exhibited symptoms of arthrosis, with expanded medial and lateral femoral condyles, which in turn caused the compression and deterioration of the ACL. In short, it appears that osteoarthritis is common in giants. This proclivity to degenerate.
So giants have arthritis constantly because of their unnatural size affecting their bone circulation. Okay, that makes sense.
Joint problems, coupled with these joints' relatively reduced range of motion, means that giants' locomotion was likely slow and deliberate. But there is one unusual aspect of the skeletal system
So that explains why giants are so slow in movies and anime. Huh. Well, that explains the Titans too. That explains a lot because their circulation being bound by heavy weight, unnatural weight.
have so far neglected to mention. Polydactyly. In each individual we examined, 6 digits were present on both the hands and feet. In humans, the presence of additional digits is of course rare, a kind of congenital anomaly. But its consistency in the giants we studied strongly suggests a genetic basis. More research will be necessary to fully understand this, but at this time I believe that this species possessed unique Hox genes that, besides influencing the giant's overall limb size and structure, contained a set of codes that diverged from the traditional mammalian digital archetype. In fact, in speaking with the locals during our initial investigation, the concept of 6-fingered giants was a common thread. It was even said that the practice of raising an open hand in greeting was specifically designed to discern members of this lineage. But of course, these creatures' impressive level of adaptation does not end with their skeleton. One of the most significant challenges facing an upright organism of this size is maintaining efficient blood circulation against a high gravitational pull. We will begin with the heart, which, in those specimens whose organs were found relatively intact, was extraordinarily large. The left ventricle in particular was hypertrophied, and the walls of the entire heart were nearly 3 inches in thickness. We have also observed thicker and more elastic arterial walls, likely in order to cope with unusually high blood pressure. Specifically, as previously mentioned, due to the weight of the fluid being pulled downward by gravity, the vessels of the lower legs are under the most intense pressure. We observed that the superficial dermis of the lower legs was thicker and more collagenous than that of the upper legs, an adaptation that, much like giraffes, prevents the pooling of blood and tissue fluid and counteracts the high venous pressure within. Among the specimens we studied, we also noted large nasal passages relative to their skull size, which indicates improved oxygen intake. Though the lungs of most were heavily degraded and even occasionally bore evidence of thermal injuries, we can safely assume a high tidal volume. Still, even with relatively efficient oxygen intake and adequate circulation, it seems likely that in life, giants were capable of powerful movement in short bursts, but would likely struggle with endurance. But there is another reason I believe this to be the case, and it is a problem faced by virtually all organisms: heat. Upon learning of the legends of these creatures, I was initially surprised by their source: an arid, hot, desert-like.
So basically, giants are slow. Well, that makes sense. Giants are slow because of their weight and size. And then that explains also why they can't run so very much, because of endurance. That's a lot of weight on their lungs. Man, so pretty much being a giant kind of sucks. Yeah, you're big, but you're also slow. You're just a big, slow target. Anyway, before we continue with the video, I'm gonna grab me some more snacks. In the meanwhile, listen to some lit beats as always. BRB, warriors. And we're back, everybody. Thanks for the patience and wait. Got me some more snacks, and now we're ready to get the ball rolling.
Climate. Generally speaking, gigantism is observed in colder climates, primarily because larger animals have a lower surface area to volume ratio than smaller animals.
So basically, in colder climates, giganticism is a bigger thing. So the colder the climate, the more effects giganticism has. Okay, explain further.
As a result, they radiate less body heat per unit of mass, and therefore stay warmer in cold climates. This is thought to be a major reason for the immense size of Ice Age megafauna throughout North America. As you've likely guessed, a mammal of this size found in a warm climate is unusual to say the least. However, giants have adapted well to this environment. Like humans, this population of giants exhibited little body hair, and other than the lower legs, the epidermis is fissured and wrinkled, presumably to maximize the surface area available for cooling. This may also explain reports of cave dwelling and dependency on large bodies of water. Again, it also seems likely that these giants moved slowly, which would have minimized generated heat and required less energy overall. And because insulation was of little concern, all of the more intact specimens we studied exhibited low percentages of body fat. In both males and females, the highest concentrations of adipose tissue were found in the lower body, where it would have been better distributed for weight bearing. Needless to say, giants' muscle mass is considerable, and given the length of their limbs, mechanical force would have been devastating. It is little wonder that, historically, these creatures were greatly feared. In terms of composition, the muscle system appears to resemble certain great apes, with a higher ratio of fast twitch fibers than what we expect to see in humans. This is highly conducive to powerful, explosive movements, and suggests what previous observations indicated, that giant anatomy prioritizes brute strength over endurance and fine motor control. But while the word brute can certainly apply to giants in many ways, they do not appear to have been unintelligent, though their cognitive abilities likely did not approach that of humans. I make this claim for several reasons. First, according to the legends, this population was known to construct rafts made of plant matter and would use these to escape across large bodies of water when pursued. Other legends describe the use of spears, though apparently they were not advanced enough to utilize bows. Second, archaeological findings include pottery and other artifacts indicative of a developed culture and possibly semi-advanced methods of food preparation and storage. The third reason has to do with the increased mass of the giant's pelvis, which in females limits the size of the opening of the pelvic inlet, thereby restricting the size of any potential offspring's cranial circumference. In short, in all of the specimens we determined to be female, the birth canal would have been smaller proportionally than that of humans, implying that infants of the species possessed proportionally smaller heads and therefore brains. With smaller brains relative to their mass, this may mean that they possessed somewhat lesser intelligence than their human competition. Now, it stands to reason that for mammals of this enormous size, yet another challenge lies in obtaining enough food. Despite our extensive observation and Alaric's own notes, data on the giant's diet is sparse. However, we can extrapolate that given their high basal metabolic rate, they may have required roughly 10,000 calories per day, a tall order in the desert. As the legends claim, these giants were omnivorous and likely subsisted on tool, fish, and large game such as bison, deer, and mountain goats. Edible vegetation may have been stored in caves for the long winter months. The more pressing question, of course, is simple. Did this diet include humans? Unfortunately, I found no evidence to confirm this, but nor do I have any reason to doubt it. Their sheer caloric needs likely meant that giants were somewhat opportunistic, and even for large human populations, a band of raiding giants would have been extremely difficult to defend against. Even so, the regions these giants inhabited likely didn't provide enough resources to support more than a few individuals, perhaps in isolated populations. What is clear is that the giant's digestive tract is elongated, an adaptation that likely allowed for the breakdown of tough plant fibers. Molars exhibit increased surface area when compared to humans, there is evidence of diverse gut microbiota, and the jaw muscles are greatly hypertrophied, all of which would have contributed to these creatures' likely ability to consume plant matter that would not have benefited humans. But throughout our studies, one question pulled at both of our minds. Where did these giants come from? In truth, this is a question to which the answer seems to recede like a door at the end of an ever-lengthening hallway. These beings seem to defy traditional taxonomic classification, their sheer size likely placing.
Well, on a religious standpoint, I could say this. Uh, in the book of Enoch, they talk about the Nephilim, which are also giants. The Nephilim originated from when the fallen angels were cast out of heaven. The fallen angels, also known as the Watchers, mated with humans, which, equal to the birth of the Nephilim, which were the first race of giants. So that could possibly be the origin. Now that's just through a Christian religious perspective. That's from my understanding.
Them outside of the human lineage, and yet they bear striking similarities to ourselves. It is here that I believe Alaric's work may shed some light, though it is dim at best. This time there was no computer screen with ominously blinking text, but there were numerous handwritten documents piled on an unassuming desk in the corner of his compound, though it seems to have been carefully curated for a particular person to find. As before, these documents contained many cryptic references to both Project Starfall and Vita Nova, as well as numerous detailed drawings of creatures I had never seen, though their connection remains a mystery to me still. It is in my best interest to save the finer details, sparse as they were. I will, however, share the following quote, written in Alaric's hand. Mr. Samaza, it is my belief that the genetic information we seek no longer lies in these feral monstrosities. Interbreeding and the changes brought on by the cataclysm have driven it out, save for certain purely physical attributes. But all is not lost, Mr. Samaza. Perhaps the bloodline can be restored by more unconventional methods. I will report my findings post-haste. I do not know where Alaric. It seems likely that these giants flourished during the last ice age, and may well have been.
Yo, that actually startled me. That actually startled me just a little bit. I thought my computer was having an issue for a minute. Nah, you can't be scaring me like that. You cannot be scaring me like that. No. I was literally about to think my computer had an issue. I'm like, nah, I take good care of my baby. I take care of my beautiful PC. You can't be scaring me like that. No.
Both more widespread and
nearly had me jumping out of my chair.
Perhaps even larger, with the warming of the climate forcing them smaller in both numbers and size. After all, legends of giants persist worldwide, and have for millennia. By my estimation, it is not far-fetched, especially in light of this new evidence, to believe that these stories hold more truth than we ever realized. And indeed, despite all of the adaptations we have discussed so far, it appears that some 300 years ago, the populations of these giant humanoids were entirely eliminated. Whether this occurred through increasing competition, outright extermination, or a combination of both, it would seem that the result is the same. Giants no longer roam the American Southwest. And yet, certain versions of the Paiute legends do tell of some Siteka that were not killed at the Lovelock Cave massacre, some of which were said to have mated with northern Paiute men. Others say that several escaped, traveling as far as California. Is there some truth to these stories as we have found there to be in so many others? I have long resisted the suspicion that certain truths have been purposefully concealed, not only from the public, but even from those tasked with seeking them out. I do not know what ultimately became of the giants, nor the remains that we studied, which vanished in the mere hours we slept late one night. But, my valued listener, I intend to find out. Thank you so much for watching, and remember, you matter.
That's right. You guys matter. Well, with that being said, let's get ready for our adventure in Trepang. That being said, we're going to go ahead and get everything set up. Gotta say though, the giants, they are quite fascinating to me. Especially with my lore being a giant. That's somewhat relatable. Now, I'm only like 8 feet tall. Right now, I'm just in my normal form as a, well, as normal as a 8-foot tall anime guardian can be. This is like my human form, or human size, really. So honestly, I just prefer to keep things humble. Alright, that being said, let's go on over to the game dojo. Oh, move my cell phone up here. There we go. I'll make myself a little big. And there we go. Let's get lit, y'all. I'm excited to continue our adventure. Oh, let me just get rid of that. Good. Controls are working just fine. I'm also going to turn the volume down because I know the game can get loud. There we go. Safe house. Gotta say though, last time we played this, my katana. Yeah. Oh, these are the guys that we terminated. Terminated. Okay, these are like our bounties. Nice, we're like a mercenary. Cool. Anyway. See what weapons we can get to. Ooh, minigun. Complete mission redacted. Okay, well, that's alright. Got a good old shotty. Now the last mission we had to do, if I recall correctly, it was the come on, you're not a giant, your lungs will be fine. There it is. Alright. Thank you. Perfect, got my throwing knives. You know I have to go with the knives. I gotta be on my ninjutsu.
Those cultists are a bunch of freaks. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh, don't worry. I've had my fair share of dealing with the occult centuries ago. Taking off.
Nice to see you again, sir. Raven taking off.
Same of you too, my friend. Same of you too. Oh. Well. That's one way to start off. Huh. Quite snazzy. You know, this is perfect for a... Hold on. This is perfect for a thumbnail. Come on. Y'all know I gotta get that thumbnail. Hold on. Why did I just do that? Never mind. It will be on this. It will be on the stream VOD. Oh, I'm sorry. Am I knocking over your drinks? Forget your drink. How do I get on down there? Alright, here we go. Ah, howdy, fellas. Thank you. You nearly startled me there. Don't do that. Ah, naturally. I should have got the sniper, but I didn't. Oh, come on. Cover's blown? Really? That was a good sniper shot. Okay, what do I do, fellas? Come on. Well, I guess we're doing this. While we're doing this, yippee-ki-yay! Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up. I can't stand you wanna be holier than thous. Who are you calling a heretic? Who are you calling a heretic?
LZ is clear.
106, drop a smoke for Spectre 2 to land.
Alright, here's a smoke. Anyone got a light? Alright, gentlemen, come on down. I'm telling you, I'm always gonna main this sword. I am not losing this katana. I am not losing this sword. This is my main blade.
Spectre 2 deployed. We'll keep this courtyard secure. Good luck in there, 106.
Alright.
Fuck up the enforcer, 106.
Nah, I'm going in with the shotgun. Excuse me, I'm trying to collect my shotgun. Thank you. You can have that gun, though. I don't care. I'm not getting rid of the sword, guys. Open sesame. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna feel bad.
Something down the enforcer.
I am sick of all you. Gotta say, nice library though. I am sick of all you holier than thous.
Walk softly, brothers. The non-believers are hunting.
Here we are. I'm a non-believer, right? Yeah, I'm a non-believer of your fake religion. Ah. Come here. There you go. Sick of you holier than thous. And you're a cult. You're all the same. You talk self-righteous but don't put up a big game. This is really getting insane. I thought you put up a big game, but you're instead very lame. Come on, all you yahoos. Shut up. Ah. Yeah, no mercy. That's what I told your mother last night. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Say that again. Unleash my fury. That's what I'm gonna say at the end of No Nut November. I'm gonna unleash my fury. Come on. Talking all that junk. You trained them better than this? Well, I'm not impressed. Come on. Please, you trained them better than this? I'm not believing it. Come on. Am I just going in reverse? Come on. Okay, so where are we going? Oh, where do I find these guys? Okay, where do I seriously find them? Nope. Just at the start, the beginning. Okay, this will be quite difficult. Hey chat, to be or not to be, that's the question. I guess he wasn't meant to be. Okay, where do you find these guys? It's actually getting kind of confusing. Like, did I miss a step? Feel free to give me directions. I mean, I don't mind you giving me directions, just don't backseat or spoil. Seriously, where do I go? Come on. I like missing something. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I am. Ah. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, y'all try to jump me. Now look at y'all. A bunch of burnt tamales. Oh, y'all tried to jump me. Get on out of here.
Spectre 3 infiltrated through the balcony, moving to search the mausoleum for Dr. Kramer.
Good luck bagging the enforcer, 106.
Appreciate it, fellas. Alright, get my headphones on lock. One quick minute. Let me just... There we go.
I think
Hold on 1 minute, guys. I'll be right back. Give me one quick second. And meanwhile, listen to some lit beats as always. BRB. There we go. we are back, guys. Thanks for the patience. Thanks for the patience as always. Just had to help in the kitchen with my family real quick. That being said, back to the litness. Hold on just 1 second. Come on. Oh, y'all were talking all that junk earlier. What's the matter? Talking all that junk earlier, but now you know about it. Y'all call me a heretic. Come on. Ah, scroll. Well, creepy fetish painting, but I'll have to pass. No, don't try to jump me. I'm willing to melee people with a shotgun. I don't care. All right, here we go. I just love using shotguns. They always just one-shot people. There we go. Alright, all you annoying wannabe holier than thous. Let's tango. Run. Well. Talking all that junk earlier. Where you at? Come on. Come on. We ain't about that life. Battle, right? Where's all that energy? Oh, you're perfection, right? You're perfection. You're not perfection now, are you? Talking all that junk. Get your defeat. That's what you get. Oh, I'm weak? Prove it then. Square up. Where you at? You say I'm weak? Prove it. Come on, be a man. There you go. Nah, you say I'm weak? You say I'm weak? Prove it. That's what you get for talking all that junk. That's what you get.
Spectre 3, what's your status?
Get your hands off me, you fuckwits! Bastards!
Dr. Kramer's in custody.
That's what you get.
Courtyard for extraction. Director, we've got unidentified helos closing in fast.
Helos.
Oh shit, it's Horizon! They're landing everywhere! We'll try to hold them off, but we're going to need backup ASAP!
Copy that. All teams fall back to the courtyard. We gotta keep that LZ secure.
Alright, they want to give us more beef.
Come on, you sorry sack of shit.
I'm not a child. I can walk on my own.
Well, sheesh, act like it. Why don't you?
We've got a VIP to look out for.
Which one back? My first subject 106. Kill him
God, it's fun.
Team check.
All stations, our first priority
That the best you got? Come on.
secondary objective is to recover his research. Avoid subject 106 at all costs.
Oh, now you want to avoid me.
Got a visual! There! Anyone occupied target squad.
Come on. What's the matter? Nah, forget this. Forget the gun. I'm going in melee.
Watch it, right there. Moving. Take it, grenade out. Use him out. Grenade out.
Come on. Come on, who's next? Talking all that good stuff earlier. Come on, where you at? Talking all that good kush. Come on, I need another good gun too. I'll take it. Where y'all at? Okay. I'm gonna try to find a way out of here. Yo, warriors, give me a lookout. Oh, you tricky. Oh, y'all are tricky for that. You sly Coopers.
Central, Dr. Grimace spotted. Moving to intercept.
We've got Horizon blackouts on our tail. We're headed to the grabs. We'll find a place to hold out.
No, 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 you idiot! Not there! Other way! This is coming, damn it!
You see that? Can you see that?
Well, I tried doing it. Come on.
He's right here!
I love using katana.
On the move, cover.
Come on. Okay, where to next? They just love making this as difficult as possible. Okay. Just gotta keep our eyes peeled, that's all. Nah, I'm keeping this gun. Who's next? What was that supposed to do?
You weren't the first they sent to kill me. There was another. And another. All of your predecessors lie dead. And so will you, if you continue to walk in their stead. Spare me the sin of killing another brother.
Mm-hmm. See, that sounds all good and dandy. Just one thing, though. One thing. They ain't me, though.
Heed my warning. Leave.
Heed your warning, please. You must not know me, good sir. You must not know me. You don't know me at all. They don't know us, warriors.
Could use some help here. Horizon's taking the courtyard. Got him right in.
That's what I thought.
Central, this is Dagger 4. We lost the courtyard. Repeat, courtyard is lost.
This is Spectre 1. Courtyard secure.
Nice job, men. Extravagant job.
We've lost contact with Spectre 3. 106, find out what happened to them.
Take care. We'll watch over the courtyard.
Oh, that's a grenade launcher. Nah. That's overkill. No need for that. Then again, who am I kidding? Aw, man. Well, that's just great. Would you shut with all that fake preaching? People who preach the most.
Shoot, don't shoot! I'm Dr. Ramsey. I'm unarmed. See? See? Quick, shot him again.
Try to kick me in my face? Okay. Let's go, G.I. Joe.
That's a positive ID on one of Spectre 3's men. Let's see if we can find the rest of his team.
Rest in greatness. You served well, brother. You served well. You all served well. I am sick of all this dude's preaching.
We got confirmation that Dr. Kramer is KIA. Our top priority now is recovering his research. Do what you can and pull out.
Readout says that's Dr. Kramer's corpse. This is a
Terminated.
bigger loss to Horizon than us.
What in the world? Y'all are on some freaky freak. Well, so far we're looking
Spectre
good.
3 is KIA. Wait. Spectre 3 actual isn't accounted for. I'm pinging his helmet somewhere in your area. See if you can find him.
Okay. If I can find him. Get my blade ready, cause you don't know.
Body's missing. He could still be alive. Check the helmet cam. It's heavily corrupted. I'll try to stream some of it.
Yo. You.
Units, 106 has eyes on the Patriarch.
6. God damn. Seeing a lot of cultists closing in on your position.
Oh, don't worry. You let me worry about them. best you guys got? Please. I shall never go there. You thought.
We won't let you down this time. Delay your advance, brothers. Save your strength.
Oh, please.
Sacrifice was enough. The ritual is complete.
Oh, please. Like you actually care about these guys. Flesh golem.
What the hell? I'm picking up the signal. It's Spectre 3 actual. He's wounded, but he's coming your way.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, excuse me. And we're back, guys. Thanks for being patient. Just had to welcome in a family member of mine from work. Alright, now what's this about flesh golem? What is going on? Oh no! That thing a weird please. Doing it like a John Wick. John Slick. That the best you got? Come on. Come on, big boy. Come on. Oh, too quick for you. Too quick for you. Oh, Kanye. That's right. Ooh, and I punched you in your face. Oh, what you gonna do about? Oh, you mad? You mad? You mad? That's what you get. GG. That's what you get.
Building another super soldier. Nothing else we can do here. Final task is neutralizing the Patriarch.
You're darn right it is. And what did we learn today, warriors? Hold on, I shall return momentarily. we're back, guys. And we're back. Yo, that was lit. I'm telling you, this game literally brings out my inner John Wick. It really do. It do be bringing that John Wick out. Like, that was awesome. Okay, I'm glad we can't take fall damage either. What in the world? It's time to forget my own strength.
So it's true. You really are just like me. The question is, are you any better?
How about we find out? Oh, you gonna throw me? So you gonna disrespect me, then throw me. Okay, it is on. It is on like Godzilla and King Kong. You gonna disrespect us.
Director, Patriarch sighted at the courtyard. We're moving to intercept.
Negative. Hold fire, Spectre 1. Wait for 106.
That's right, y'all better wait for me. I'm the NPC. I'm the main protagonistic characterization. That's a fact. What? Oh? 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 What are we popping in? Don't do drugs. Oh! Dual wield. Y'all already know. Oh, excuse me. Oh, we in this piece now. Y'all gonna regret ever dissing me. Oh. Oh, don't run. Don't run.
The Patriarch's escaping!
What's up?
Alright, it's time to kick some ass.
Yippee-ki-yay! Yippee-ki-yay! Thanks, brother. Oh, we in this piece. Come on, where y'all hiding? Taste my foot to thy face. That's what I thought. Oh, I'm the heretic, right? Come on. This ain't That all you got? Oh yeah, now you want
Falling
to run.
back! This is our only chance! 106, you need to get to that monument before the next wave shows up!
Take the underground. Find and kill the Patriarch.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm here. I mean, what now? Do I gotta flip a switch or? But nah, that was crazy. Now we can dual wield.
We're breaking from cover!
Going for you. Hold on, let me just turn the volume down just a little bit for y'all, because I know that's a bit too loud. There we go. Fight the good fight, my brothers. Oh. Oh, you know I do. Nah, you think you're just gonna disrespect me in front of my warriors? You think you're gonna kill off my brothers and then run out of here? Oh no, you about to catch these hands, catch these blades, and then catch these bullets. Look at your mans. Next to my mans. Rest in peace, my brother. You served well. Nah, open up. Open this piece up. Nah. Come here. Come on. I'll cut you all down. I'm on my Naruto Uzumaki. Come here. 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 Oh, they blocked us off. All right. Come on. Now what's good? Talk all that junk earlier. Oh. Booyakasha. Come on. talking all that good stuff. Thanks for being stupid. I'm a killing machine. Nah, y'all gonna give me a gun or something. Nah, I ain't just going in like that. Give me a gun. Y'all still want to scrap? Now, where's that shotgun I saw? Right. Nah. I'll find me a secondary shotty. Oh, yeah. Now we gonna wreck crap up. Nah. Spare me all that pleasure tea. No. No, we in for business. Don't disrespect my mans like that. Nah. Oh, look at Mr. Bond. We've been expecting you.
Day of grieving. You are the second brother I must kill.
Partner, I came in this world alone. Come on, patriarch. Come on. Oh, so you think you're the Flash? Come on. You're not the Flash. You're not the Flash. You're not the Flash. You're not the Flash. I don't know why you're trying to flex so hard.
You're strong. Even in our darkest hour, my sons come to defend me. Can the Syndicate say the same to you?
Stop talking your junk and just fight. Besides, you can do all this talking. You can do all that talking. It's because you know I'm right. You know I'm gonna win. All that talking you're doing.
But I've done this longer than you. Beware of old men in a profession where men die young.
You call me a heretic, yet what are you? Man who fights by the weapon of man. Face me without a gun then. You say I'm a heretic? Face me without a gun. Let's do this blade for blade then. I'm such a heretic. You say I'm a heretic, then fight me with a sword. You claim to be a crusader, face me like one. come at me with spear and sword. Yeah, I come at you with the full power of God. Come at me with sword and shield. I come at you with the full power of God. Amen. Nah. I fought your kin before. I fought your kin before. Hiding behind your monster. Yet you call yourself the type of crusader. Trying to be some kind of crusader. Yet here you are, hiding behind your monster. Rip and tear! Nah, come here. Nah, why you running? Face me. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. You talking all that smack, all that garbage, all that pure garbage. That's a GG. Nah, I'll stick to breaking you. Nah. That's right, the place where I'll be remembered. Nah, you say break the cycle? Nah, instead I've broken you. Get that butt beat.
We managed to casify some survivors from Spectres 1 and 2.
You must not know who I am. You must not know who I am. Sword on my back, gun on my side. Yippee-ki-yay. Yippee-ki-yay, you beta hombres. Who wants Roman? Who wants ramen? Who wants Korean? I'm buying tonight.
Not much time left for morning, huh?
The samurai warrior is back, y'all.
You shouldn't. But you do. We need to go on the offensive again.
I know how you feel, partner. I know how you feel. You want to mourn for those you lost, I get it. But this job conditions you to get used to it. You shouldn't get used to it, but that's part of combat. Huh. Yeah, you shouldn't get used to it, but you do. You eventually do get used to it. All the killing, the loss. Alright, let's see if we can buy that sword. Hey, we got a machine gun at least. Sword. Redacted. Well, that's okay. We're getting there. I'm telling you, they can't handle us, warriors. They can't handle us. We are putting them in that heat.
Outstanding work, 106. Horizon was using this cult as a proxy for their research. Thanks to your efforts, you set Horizon's progress back by a few years.
That's right. You bet I did. Like I said, warriors, I'm the NPC. The main protagonistic characterization. Get out of my nation. I will take you down with zero hesitation. That being said, we're going to go on a little recreation. Well, that's one way to choose our next place. Let's see where to go. How about... How about Africa? Or Asia? Booyah. Y'all know I love my throwing knives. The best thing is we don't have to worry about... We just go down here. Where is it? Where, oh, where are ye? Hold up. I got some music going on here. Here we are. Go ahead and buy some more throwing knives. Best part is, we can get as many guns as we want. Pistol, SMG, rifle, shotgun, revolver, machine gun. We're about to get the whole pot. About to get the entire pot, guys. Fire bombs, frag grenades, proximity mines, thruster grenades. Y'all know we about to do some thrusting. After No Nut November, it's gonna be some thrusting. But that aside, ooh, oh, tomahawk. You know I gotta honor my Native Americans. Tomahawk, vortex grenade. You know I gotta honor my Native American ancestors with the tomahawk. Alright. Oh. Well, we took out the Jovic. Next will be Site A3. Well, with that being said, we're going to take a little break. And watch some more reaction content to good old Thought Potato. So that being said, going to X out here for now. We're going to head back to the dojo. Bingo. And now we're just going to go ahead. Boop. And just going to go ahead and open up my internet. But I gotta say, guys, we did amazing on that job. We did amazing. Just acing these guys. I mean, we're in there slicing up and we barely died even once. We're getting close to the end of the... We were getting mighty close. We kept pushing it though. Hold on, before we get into this, let me go grab some more snacks. But in the meanwhile, chill to some awesome vibes as always. BRB, warriors. And we are back, warriors. Thanks for the wait as always. Got me some special Oreo ice cream in the cup. Look forward to eating this while we react to some more thought potato.
This presentation is sponsored by Wondrium.
Just gonna go ahead and pray before I eat it. Amen.
Thank you for joining another presentation. For years, legends of indigenous peoples in the northern United States and southern Canada have spoken of a terrifying creature known as the Wendigo. This mysterious and malevolent being is said to haunt the snowy wilderness, preying on unsuspecting travelers and feasting on human flesh. I warn you, what you'll find here is likely not what you expect. Modern portrayals of the Wendigo legend have warped public perception of this biological horror.
See, that's the version that I'm well familiar with. The traditional antlered one. That's the one that I prefer most of the time, instead of the one like in Until Dawn. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me, did not mean to hit that. Expression toggles. But like I was saying, I'm more familiar with the Until Dawn one. I mean, no, not the Until Dawn. That's the one that people mostly associate the Wendigo with, but I'm so familiarized with the modern antlers and like a giant deer Wendigo. Although I guess the creature can differentiate. It can differ from time to time.
Pale specters of the Wendigo legend have warped public perception of this biological horror, and the reality is likely far different than the image in your mind. But make no mistake, this pale specter is no less terrifying. Lend me your ear, valued listener, as I present to you my personal findings as to the form and function of the Wendigo. In the Northern Territories, winter falls quickly, lying on the land like a body, heavy and unfeeling. But in those regions, it's more than simply cold. Winter seems to swallow warmth, drawing it out of every surface it touches. Long, frigid nights are broken only by the howling of the wind, and the forests that teemed with life only months before become lonely and desolate. Stalking this frozen wilderness is a creature of legend, a spirit of the lonely places, a hunger that is never satisfied. Selfishness personified. The Algonquin people have many names for it, a kind of Manitou most often called the Wendigo or Wendigo. The Wendigo is said to be cursed to wander the land, eternally seeking to fulfill their voracious appetite for human flesh. In the harsh conditions brought on by winter, men and women often found themselves doubting that the little food they had would carry them through to spring. Eventually, supplies would begin to thin, and many had to face starvation and eventually death. It is here that the Wendigo is said to make its appearance, where desperation meets self-interest and people are left with an unthinkable choice: consume another human being or die. Anyone who succumbs to this temptation, the most reprehensible act possible in Algonquin culture, was said to become possessed by the spirit of the Wendigo and would undergo a horrific transformation.
That's how it starts. It's all about the greed. I mean, that's why when you go camping, you always prepare a huge amount of food. Something that can last in the wilderness too. Something that can be preserved, like rations. Rations can last a year, so I would highly suggest bringing rations on a camping trip. Always want to stack up on the good goods, so you don't become like this ugly mug.
In both mind and body. In eating the flesh of a fellow human, one was forced to surrender their own humanity, and though they ate, they would never be satisfied. Since the time of the earliest contact with the Native American and First Nations people, sightings of the Wendigo have been reported from Canada, the Great Lakes, and northern Minnesota, though they are almost certainly present in a much larger geographic area. My grandfather, anthropologist Harold Zeiger, would often tell me stories of the Ojibwe people, among whom he spent a considerable amount of time observing their culture and rituals and documenting their oral histories. These stories frequently included accounts of the Wendigo, a creature that, I must admit, kept my younger self awake many a night, hardly daring to glance at my bedroom window, lest a cold, pale shadow in the woods outside should catch my gaze. Of course, as is commonly known, many years ago, while on a university-funded trip to the Minnesota-Canada border, Professor Zeiger went missing, and I never heard from my grandfather again. But that is a story for another time. There is perhaps no greater external agent of change than the lowly and insidious virus, an organism exquisite in its simultaneous complexity and simplicity. Forged by eons of specialization, viruses inhabit nearly every biome on the planet, and the frigid regions of Central North America are no different. At some point in early humans here, there appeared a strain that I believe to be part of the class Herbivoricides, a virus that I have tentatively dubbed the Progressive Anthropophagic Virus, or PAV. Indeed, PAV would be a new addition to a class previously occupied solely by Herpes virales, an order that includes numerous herpes viruses, none of which are normally fatal in humans, or which cause such drastic revisions to their host's cellular genomes. My reason for this potential classification has to do with PAV's structural similarity to HSV-1. Like that virus, PAV is a double-stranded DNA virus with an icosahedral capsid enclosed in a glycoprotein-containing lipid envelope. What separates this virus from its likely cousin, however, is its method of infection and the areas of the body it targets. Upon infection, usually via the mucosal epithelium of the mouth, the virus spreads via axonal transport along the internal laryngeal nerve and ultimately to the inferior ganglion of the vagus nerve. Infection is usually inapparent, and if any symptoms are present, they're often dismissed as the common cold or even seasonal allergies, sore throat, slight fever, and general malaise. But once the virus has spread to the inferior ganglion, the viral genome goes silent, seeming to cloak itself in a coating of nucleosomes and
So basically, it goes into your. So it enters your skin, your saliva, pretty much.
enters an extended latent phase. Occasionally, however, certain environmental conditions may cause the virus to reactivate, at which point it uncoats its nucleocapsid and begins the process of replication, transcription, and assembly before budding from the host cells and finally traveling back to the nearby mucosal epithelium. As you might have guessed, during a flare-up, the infected individual's saliva is highly contagious, and even sharing an eating utensil could easily pass the virus to a new host. Fortunately for most infected individuals, these occasional reactivation cycles trigger a rapid immune response, and the virus is usually effectively forced to return to a latent state within a few days. Indeed, after the initial infection, the virus may remain latent for decades, and in many individuals, no symptoms will ever present themselves. It is my belief that in the cold northern regions, PAV has silently thrived for hundreds of years within a very large population, though given the rarity of long-distance travel, at least relative to modern times, it remains somewhat isolated, and so an infected individual may be content to live with the virus indefinitely, never any the wiser. That is,
So what you're saying is that this supernatural entity was created by a virus. Huh, that's interesting. So basically, this PAV has existed for a long time to the point where it's like, so it's always been there. The question is, how did it even get there in the first place, though? Unless it took centuries of evolution.
unless the victim undergoes a very particular and immense psychological strain, one that perhaps may include the life and death decision of whether to engage in the most horrific act known to their culture, and one that will surely fracture their humanity forever. Occasionally, even intrepid researchers like us need a little downtime. Sure, you could spend that time by streaming a mind-numbing TV show, or you could spend it discovering a new passion or honing a skill. This video is sponsored by Wondrium, an online platform where you find the answer to everything you've ever wondered about, and some things you've never imagined you would wonder about. Their carefully curated collection of short and long-form videos, tutorials, how-tos, travelogues, documentaries, and more is academically comprehensive, thoroughly researched, relentlessly entertaining, and presented by engaging experts. For me, nothing is more rewarding than expanding my knowledge of a particular subject, especially when it's presented in a fun and engaging way, and no platform that I've found does it better than Wondrium. I recently watched a course called Synthetic Biology, Life's Extraordinary New Worlds, presented by Professor Milton Muldrow Jr. of Wilmington University. This course was right up my alley and covers topics like synthetic viruses, de-extinction, DNA, and my personal favorite, XNA. In a lesson on xenobiology, for example, I learned that scientists have successfully created additional and artificial letters in the genetic code, and as a byproduct have given rise to a new field called cryptogenetics. In short, this means that in the very near future, organizations could create proprietary genetic languages and even novel forms of life. Disturbing? Yes, but also incredibly fascinating. But if you're like me, your interests are wide and varied. Fortunately, Wondrium adds new content every single month, so finding new and unexpected ways to learn and grow couldn't be easier. Just recently, for example, they launched a 9-part series called The Real Ancient Egypt, which shows just how modern research sometimes supports, but often refutes, what we thought we knew about the ancient Egyptians and their world. Plus, you can access Wondrium from just about any streaming device, and you can even download a course to listen to like a podcast. So if you want to check out Wondrium for yourself, now's your chance. They're generously offering my viewers a free trial. Just visit wondrium.com/thoughtpotato or click the link in the description below to start your free trial today. I've now described the microbe that causes this terrifying transformation, but the question likely tugging at your mind is this: how can a latent virus, housed in a very specific part of the anatomy, trigger any widespread changes? To find the answer to that very question, I packed my equipment and traveled north. I had to find a specimen for myself. I met with members of the Ojibwe tribe in an area just west of Lake Superior and in close proximity to the very place my grandfather had visited years before. The details of what transpired there are beyond the scope of this presentation. Suffice it to say that what I encountered was immensely beneficial to my research, and as a result, I believe I can hypothesize accurately as to the direct nature of this virus. Imagine, if you will, that you and a few close members of your family have embarked on a hunting trip deep into the snow-covered forest. At some point, you find yourselves lost in a blizzard. By the time it clears, you've completely lost your bearings. After weeks of wandering, you've exhausted your supplies. Gradually, your hunger overwhelms your every thought. Eventually, one of your family members falls to the cold. You and the others mourn, but in the days following, you begin to trade uneasy glances. Still, though the situation is desperate, you are not willing to cross that line. But as the days wear on, hope begins to dwindle, and you struggle to fight the urge to simply eat, to quell the pain, the hunger, to fuel your body. Then one night, you sit at the fire with the relentless wind gnawing at your tattered clothes. You can no longer feel your frostbitten feet, but still you try to warm them. The body of your deceased loved one lies nearby, underneath a hastily constructed rock grave. Your mouth waters, but still your mind resists. Amazingly, despite the cold, a bead of sweat trickles down your cheek and you feel your pulse quicken. In your mind, an agonizing battle rages. You know you cannot give in, but you also know that you must. Suddenly, you can bear the mental torture no longer. Something snaps, and almost as if propelled, you move toward your relative's lifeless form. What I've described here, dear listener, is the trigger that leads to the Wendigo's transformation. As previously mentioned, for many individuals, an extreme viral reactivation would blessedly never occur. But in times of sheer desperation, a unique combination of factors would send the virus into overdrive.
So basically, if you're already infected, so it would be like you have to get warm again to remove the virus. So the virus is only activated by the mental guilt, or the loss of humanity, rather. So, excuse me. So it's a mental thing. That's how the Wendigo transforms. So, my thing is, the infection is based on, like, exposure to the cold, like constant exposure, and then through the saliva, mainly. And this virus has existed for a long time, so, is there even a cure for it exactly before the transformation even happens?
Overwhelming the immune system's attempts to stop it. It has been well documented that the lateral portions of the orbitofrontal cortex fire when, despite their moral beliefs, one is faced with no choice but to cause harm to others. In fact, this region of the brain has long been associated with feelings of extreme displeasure, and, needless to say, for many, no act is so revolting as that of consuming a member of their own species. But the orbitofrontal cortex plays another role as well. Through a network of neural pathways, it is connected to the amygdala, a structure responsible for emotional processing and, crucially, regulation of the stress hormone cortisol. Normally, these two structures form a kind of feedback loop. The amygdala detects and responds to emotionally relevant stimuli, while the orbitofrontal cortex processes this information and sends signals back to the amygdala and other brain regions to help modulate the emotional response. But when faced with starvation, death, and a complete upheaval of the values it holds, the amygdala floods the body with cortisol as per a normal response to stress, and the virus, lying in wait within the vagus ganglion, begins its process of reactivation. It is the sustained release of this hormone, fueled by the increased neural activity within the lateral regions of the orbitofrontal cortex, that begins a vicious cycle. First, in preparation for a fight or flight response, cortisol is known to suppress the immune system, and chronic elevations can even lead to a decreased number of circulating lymphocytes. Second, and more directly, though the exact process is still yet to be proven, it appears that cortisol itself reactivates the latent PAV by a process known as glucocorticoid receptor-mediated reactivation. It does this by binding to a glucocorticoid receptor on the virus's host cell, which then causes the host cells to express genes which promote the replication of PAV. In short, prolonged exposure to elevated levels of cortisol has been shown to greatly increase the virulence of pathogens within the body and overall pathogenicity, even with other viral infections such as HSV-1. The virus then spreads via axonal transport from the inferior vagal ganglion along the entire vagus nerve.
So it goes through the saliva or through the skin, through saliva or blood, then it transfers down. Okay, that's what I was trying to understand. There's a lot of data to process in. There's a lot of data to understand.
Eventually directly infecting the larynx, thyroid, and even aspects of the digestive system, crucial points to which we'll return shortly. And thus, the virus spreads like a wildfire, fanned by cortisol and, to a lesser extent, epinephrine, until it triggers a cascade of alterations to the victim's anatomy and physiology, the result of which is an irreversible loss of their essential humanity.
Okay.
The first signs of viral reactivation within a PAV victim are subtle. Numbness in the feet and hands may occur, as well as a dark discoloration of the digits. At first, this is likely to be attributed to frostbite, but in fact, though frostbite may also be present, it is due to a severe increase in blood sugar, a point we'll come back to shortly, leading eventually to damage in the blood vessels and nerves of the extremities. This is actually a form of necrosis, and over time, the victim's rotting flesh will begin to emit a pungent scent, one that has been described as an odor of decay and decomposition, of death and corruption. But sadly, for a victim of PAV reactivation, this is only the beginning. As the virus travels along the vagus nerve, one of the first organs it infects is responsible for metabolic regulation, the thyroid. This results in a condition known as viral thyroiditis, which in turn leads to inflammation, enlargement, and an overproduction of hormones of and by the thyroid. For those affected by PAV, this appears to be a form of hyperthyroidism, and for the first few days following viral reactivation, the victim's circulatory system is flooded with, among other hormones, thyroxine. This serves to boost the body's production of energy, which the victim may at first find invigorating. However, prolonged exposure over the course of roughly 2 weeks causes a number of side effects, including greatly increased metabolism, appetite, and a significant loss of adipose tissue. Interestingly, it is the increased...
That explains the increased hunger of the Wendigo. That explains the curse of the Wendigo to always want to eat and never feel full. That's how it all starts. Okay, it's all coming together, warriors. It's all coming together now. That also... Okay, and see, this is going to come back later on when I want to play Until Dawn. This is all going to come back later on. See, we're learning. We're learning. That's all that matters.
Body temperature resulting from this spiked metabolism that allows victims of PAV to survive the cold winter weather far longer than a normal human could, giving them a stark advantage in the frigid landscape. But this is only the start of a cascade of physiological events that lead to the Wendigo's notoriously ravenous appetite. The vagus nerve is also responsible for the regulation and feedback reception.
Bruh, nah. When your mom comes home, when your dad comes home with that family deal from Burger King. When your dad comes home with that family meal Burger King bundle. For real, for real.
Ravenous appetite. The vagus nerve is also responsible for the regulation and feedback reception of numerous digestive processes, and as the reactivated virus makes its way to the gut, it will eventually travel along its pancreatic branch. At the pancreas, it appears to induce beta cell apoptosis via the activation of gene networks under the control of various, though very specific, transcription factors. In other words, this causes the rapid and widespread death of insulin-producing cells of the pancreas, which, in turn, causes blood glucose levels to rise uncontrolled, a condition known as hyperglycemia. This process of beta cell death has been observed in other viral infections, but never to an extent I have observed in PAV infection. Thus, even even as the victim intakes increasing amount of food. Without insulin, their body is unable to process or store glycogen or glucose, leading to an increased severity of hunger, known.
Okay, so because they can't store any food or any energy from the food, that leads to the never-ending cycle of hunger. The more they eat, it doesn't stay, so they have to eat more. Man, that's painful. That is very painful. Ouch. Imagine you had a good meal, but then it just instantly comes out of you. So you gotta eat more, but it's never enough. It's never enough. It's never enough. You just got to eat and eat and eat and eat. Man, that really sucks. You're never full. You're never satisfied.
As polyphagia. This in turn causes specialized cells in the stomach lining to continuously release ghrelin, a hormone that travels to the hypothalamus, a region of the brain that regulates hunger and the balance of energy, and binds to specific receptors there to stimulate hunger, further exacerbating the victim's unrelenting desire for food. Paradoxically, no matter how much food the victim consumes, they remain not only unsatiated, but they continue to lose fat, resulting in a gaunt and deeply emaciated appearance. But the legends of the Wendigo often describe not only ravenous hunger, but a specific taste for human flesh. My own observations have led me to believe that while humans are certainly targeted by victims of PAV, they will also pursue any source of protein available to them. It just so happens that in the dead of winter, humans are often the most readily available food source.
Okay.
Ultimately, over the course of 2 to 3 months, PAV leads to a complete disruption of energy homeostasis. This upending of the natural order is mirrored in the legends of the Wendigo. The spirit of the lonely places is itself a disruption in the natural order of the world. The eventual consequence of this self-focus is ruin, and sadly, with victims of PAV, that is exactly what happens. Because they can neither effectively fuel their bodies nor resist the urge to eat at any cost, many Wendigo die of starvation within 3 to 4 months. Many others are killed before their full transformation takes place, while others freeze to death. Ultimately and tragically, prognosis for PAV victims following a traumatic reactivation is universal fatality. But the aforementioned lack of insulin in the victim's body has another side effect. My observations indicate that as with lichen physiology in response to the lycanthropic parvovirus, victims of PAV undergo a similarly unprecedented bone growth. This is especially apparent in the major bones of the limbs. The increase in metabolism brought on by the virus appears to stimulate the production of growth hormone-releasing hormone, growth hormone itself, and insulin-like growth factor from the hypothalamus, pituitary gland, and liver, respectively. The low levels of insulin in the body, a hormone that normally regulates production of these other hormones, instead allows them to increase unchecked. This leads to increased endochondral ossification or longitudinal bone growth along the tibia, fibula, femur, humerus, radius, and ulna, as well as certain regions of the digits. As with LPV, this appears to involve the activation of hyaline cartilage cells in the epiphyseal plate. This zone, which is usually dormant in adults, seems to experience sudden reactivation. During this process, osteoclasts, a type of cartilage cell, break down the mineralized matrix of the bone through a process called bone resorption. This is followed by chondrocytes forming new cartilage to replace the missing bone. Fibroblasts then strengthen the cartilage by reinforcing it with collagen. After the completion of this process,
So it's like quickly breaks, then rebuilds itself, breaks and rebuilds at the same time. That explains the lengthening of the legs and arms. Fascinating.
new cartilage can stack inside the open growth plates and spread across the exterior of the skeleton to form new bone tissue, a process carried out by osteoblasts which replace the old cartilage as it degenerates. However, unlike LPV, I have observed very little apositional growth. This is likely due to the fact that Wendigo musculature remains largely unaltered. Indeed, victims of PAV exhibit average human strength and speed. Without the need to support enhanced muscles, it is my assumption that additional bone density simply isn't necessary. The ultimate effect is not only one of increased limb length, adding to the victim's uncannily skeletal form, but also of increased overall height. Reports often cite the Wendigo's exceptional size, and indeed, within approximately 2 months, an infected individual may reach a height of 8 feet, depending on their size prior to infection. It is here that I feel compelled to mention the Wendigo's Wendigos' characteristic skin tone. While some pigmentation remains in every specimen I have studied, there is little doubt that an as yet unknown mechanism, whether by the viral infection or ensuing response, results in the death of melanocytes throughout the skin, bestowing on the victim an exceedingly pale appearance. This could give a Wendigo a purposeful advantage in the snowy regions where it hunts, but it could also be an unrelated side effect of another, admittedly unknown, process. Another notable aspect of Wendigo morphology is their overall lack of hair. Indeed, hair loss is one of the earliest signs of viral reactivation in PAV victims. Subjects often notice their hair thinning or even coming out in chunks within mere days following the traumatic episode. I should note that while hair loss is common, it is the least predictable symptom of the virus. Some individuals may lose virtually all the hair on their body, adding to their ghastly visage, while others may only notice a slight thinning, and still others may exhibit a delayed response or no hair loss at all. In those victims where hair loss does occur, it appears that the body's response.
So there could be a Wendigo that still has hair, and then trying to find the effects of the Wendigo virus. Okay, that makes sense too. That can make sense in its own.
Response to the virus results in a condition similar to telogen effluvium, in which hair follicles prematurely stop growing and essentially suspend in the telogen or resting phase. For victims of PAV, however, the hairs affected by telogen effluvium will stay in the resting phase indefinitely, causing the follicles to fall out and, at least in my observations, never regrow. It's possible that if a cure were ever discovered, the follicles could exit the telogen phase and regrow, but at this point, that remains pure conjecture. While the exact process that causes this hair loss is still undefined in my research, I suspect it has to do with the victim's extreme stress response, a known cause of hair loss in many other diseases and syndromes. Now though, I'll move on to another hallmark of the Wendigo's appearance, its deadly claws. Rather than extensions of bone, as is the case for lichens, individuals with PAV present an accelerated rate of keratin production by onicoblasts within the proximal nail matrix of the digits in both the hands and feet, leading to a marked thickening and augmentation of the nails themselves. Unlike in patients afflicted with the human vampiric virus, whose nails undergo a similar growth pattern, here the rate of nail growth occurs much faster than normal. Rather than taking months, patients with PAV have typically formed rudimentary claws within 3 days. I have yet to determine the exact mechanism by which these cells produce these claws, so to speak, at such an abnormally rapid pace, but at this time, I hypothesize that it is the result of the victim's greatly increased metabolism. In my own observations, however, I have noted that infected individuals rarely use these claws to dismember their victims, relying instead on their mouth full of razor-like teeth to inflict mortal wounds, though they can certainly cause deep lacerations during an attack. Additionally, it has been reported that Wendigo have been glimpsed climbing through trees and even along walls, a feat likely made possible by these strengthened and elongated nails. Indeed, perhaps the most viscerally disturbing aspect of the Wendigo.
Yeah, like Spider-Man 2099. The claws could skewer or pierce through the material in order to climb.
Biology is its seemingly enlarged mouth, from which protrude a staggering number of sharp teeth, formed in what appears to be a completely random arrangement. In fact, the teeth of a PAV victim are grotesquely elongated by a process very similar to what I have previously described in both vampires and lichens. In short, the virus appears to trigger new amelogenesis, and additional enamel is formed on top of existing teeth by proliferating ameloblasts derived from the epithelial cells of the dental papilla. Traveling through the dentinal tubules towards the tooth's crown, the ameloblasts appear to secrete an additional extracellular matrix composed of enamel proteins and minerals. Though this process occurs rapidly, at least by normal standards, it is still quite slow, taking up to 3 weeks to form the sharp teeth seen in late-stage victims of the virus. Just as obvious, however, is the misshapen and misaligned appearance of the Wendigo dentition. This is likely due to a combination of factors, the first of which is simple. In their unrelenting hunger, victims of PAV often attempt to consume matter which is far too solid to be broken down easily, such as frozen bone. As a result, trauma to the underlying jawbones can cause irregular healing patterns. Now, unlike lycanthropy, odontogenesis, or the formation of new teeth, may or may not.
Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. Meanwhile, this is some lit beats. BRB. Thanks for the wait, my faithful warriors. And we are back. Thanks for your patience as always. Now back to the video. In 3, 2, 1.
Not be triggered in a PAV victim. When hyperdontia or the growth of supplemental supernumerary teeth does occur, it does so without the benefit of an elongated jaw as we see in lichens. As a result, for a certain number of PAV victims, the teeth become severely overcrowded, leading to a truly gruesome appearance. Finally, their unusual dentition is often due in part to abnormal growth in the alveolar processes of both the maxilla and mandible, likely a side effect of the increased growth hormone and insulin-like growth factor responsible for the widespread changes throughout the rest of the skeleton. This growth can actually lead to tooth loss, though this appears to be rare and does little to diminish a Wendigo's fierce lethality. On a related note, I have observed that Wendigo often exhibit torn and tattered flesh around their mouth. This is due in part to the unnatural length and crowding of the teeth within. But disturbingly, it is also due to the victim's unnatural hunger, which often causes them to gnaw at their own cheeks. So far, we've discussed many aspects of Wendigo anatomy, but it should be noted that changes occur not only in the body, but in the mind as well. The chronically increased levels of stress hormones, paired with a cascade of broken feedback loops resulting in unregulated and painful hunger cues, will take their toll on even the strongest of wills. And because these hormonal changes occur relatively early in the process of viral reactivation, the mind tends to deteriorate before the body exhibits its extreme alterations.
Okay, so it's all based on the mind. If the mind goes out first, that activates the transformation. So someone have to maintain the same thought and then eventually so it can be prevented as long as the person maintains their humanity and sanity. That way they have a chance of not changing. It's only if they consume someone and lose all thoughts of humanity, they're overcome by the virus and then they pursue into changing. Okay, that makes sense. That's understandable. This information takes time to learn and consume, but good thing it's data filed.
Modern times, some have called this affliction Wendigo psychosis. I am not a psychologist, however, and I do not claim to possess clear insight as to the reasonableness of this retroactive diagnosis. What I can say is that late-stage victims of PAV lose all semblance of virtue. They consume without conscience. However, higher levels of cognition may remain for some time, and though I have not observed this for myself, it is conceivable that a Wendigo may speak with its victims or even play sadistic games with them before acting on their biological imperative to eat. Even still, my mind recoils at the thought. At this point, my valued listener, you may be wondering, even with these anatomical enhancements, how can a being with average human strength and intelligence be such an effective predator? The foremost reason has to do with their method of hunting. Rather than relying on sheer force or great speed, Wendigo often lure their victims unsuspecting to their death. Legends frequently tell of unwitting travelers, perhaps lost in the wilderness, whose companions have gone missing in the cold. Suddenly, they hear a call in the distance from a friend or loved one they thought lost. They move toward the sound, calling back, relief filling their voice. Eventually, they reach the source of the voice, only to find nothing more than desolate forest. It is then, when their target is confused, tired, and often disoriented, that the Wendigo strikes. This method of lure and ambush is highly effective, but how exactly can a Wendigo create sounds capable of fooling their victims into chasing after it? Interestingly, the bodies of those infected with PAV undergo numerous changes to facilitate a heightened ability to mimic sounds, and then to project them over long distance. First, the virus appears to initiate proliferation of branches of the recurrent laryngeal nerve, itself a branch of the vagus nerve described earlier. As the name implies, the laryngeal nerve innervates the larynx, as well as several muscles which surround it, including the thyroarynoid and the lateral cricoarynoid. In particular, these muscles, which appear hypertrophied in victims I have studied, adduct the vocal cords with far more strength than in normal humans, creating unnaturally loud vocalizations. In fact, there are occasional reports of a Wendigo's shriek overcoming victims with their volume alone. But there is more to these vocalizations than mere decibel count, particularly as a result of the increased innervation of the thyroarynoid. This allows for extraordinarily precise control of the vocal cords, allowing a Wendigo to mimic vocal patterns across an uncanny range. Even more astoundingly, this ability is paired with what appears to be increased neural density in the left inferior parietal lobe, and specifically the left supramarginal gyrus, areas of the brain largely responsible for speech recognition and and vocal reproduction efficiency. Late-stage victims of PAV exhibit exceptional access, storage, and retrieval capacity of auditory episodic events, detailed phonetic representation and phonemic awareness, and finally, generally exhibit a well-developed oromotor system, even though their articulation capacity is often reduced due to their dentition. In short, their enhanced vocal musculature and specific brain capacity makes them remarkably good at reproducing vocalizations they've encountered at nearly any point in the past. This ability is so advanced that I can confidently warn you, my dear listener, if ever you happen to find yourself lost in a frigid northern forest, never trust what you hear. We need help, need help, need help. We've spent a significant amount of time together, and I thank you for listening this far. I realize that there are many aspects of Wendigo biology
So they can mimic sound as well.
that appear to have been omitted from this presentation, but often what we expect and what we find in reality are two very different things. One common conception I would like to dispel outright is that of the Wendigo's appearance in popular media. Many illustrations and descriptions depict a large, antlered, humanoid deer of some kind, or perhaps a gargantuan demon. These depictions, while certainly impressive in their own right, are in no way representative of the original legends, nor of those affected by PAV. Instead, they are inspired from books and films that took great liberties with their source material. Indeed, these animalistic depictions can even obscure the Wendigo's true place in Algonquin culture. And whether you take my studies and observations as truth or not, it's difficult to deny that the spirit of the Wendigo is very real. As Ojibwe author Basil H. Johnston states, the Wendigo exemplifies human nature's tendency to indulge its self-interests, which, once indulged, demand even greater indulgence and ultimately result in the extreme, the erosion of principles and values.
So basically, greed. Basically, it's all about greed and selfishness. That's all it's about. The more you consume, the more you can't stop. As Master Oogway once said, the more you take, the little you have.
Given modern convenience and luxury, agonizing life and death decisions are, blessedly, no longer as commonplace, at least not in many of our relatively privileged lives. But while the threat of PAV may not be as prevalent as it once was, the spirit of the lonely places still haunts us today. This video was a work of fiction, and sources for all material and research can be found in the description. Be sure to check out my Patreon for exclusive videos and content. And as always, thanks for watching, and remember, you matter.
Like always. Well, that being said, now we enjoyed our entertainment, let's get ready to head on back to some more Trepang. Gotta say, I really enjoyed that documentary though. Always. Thought Patel puts a lot of time into these works of data. And you really gotta tip your hat off to him. There we go. And we are back. Dang, we got a lot of guns. That's just from our grind. And we are back. Oh, yeah. Not a bad kill count. As always. Pow. 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 Just trying to get some training in. Whoa, the fact that the holes stay there too. Nice. Oh, the holes stay there. Dang. The holes legit just stay there. What the? Okay. Well, anyway. On to the next mission. Site A3. Alright, let's do it.
106. Helo is ready to go.
You ready to go.
Be prepared for anything, 106.
Always. Never know what might lurk in the deep.
Don't got a lot of intel on this mission. Good luck out there.
Hmm.
You know what? You kind of remind me of the last guy I flew. Never mind. Forget I said anything.
Nah, tell me about him. I'm intrigued. Please do tell me more about him. I'm quite intrigued. I'm quite intrigued indeed on his past fellow. Alright. Gas mask. Okay, we'll limit my speed and stamina.
Director, we located the elevator. Looks like it's still operational. 106, you're the first one in. Phantom 13, 14, back him up. Copy that.
Alright. Let's do this.
Signal's getting spotty down there. Remember to recon the area and report.
Reception's fucked. Looks like we're on our own here.
That means we gotta look out for each other.
Not off the professionalist rounds.
What in the world?
God damn, a hard stop for a moment there.
Same. Uh-oh.
Shit, we got heat.
Yeah, we in the thick of it now. Alright. Alright. Gotta stay focused. We don't know what might come up, chat.
The gate's automatic. We need to find a switch or something.
Hmm.
I think it's in this room, the one right next to me.
Alright, there we go. Reset the breaker. Right.
Fuck. Where the hell is everyone?
0 employee satisfaction surveys have been filled today.
Satisfaction. What in the rutabaga? Alright, watch my back here. What in the world? Yeah, y'all watch my back.
176 job positions are now vacant.
Nothing back
This whole
here.
facility's running on low power, but the damn PR system won't shut the hell up. Cut the chatter. Be like 106.
Yeah, be like me. jackrabbit. Ah, here we go. Can't see scrap. Ah, here we go. Keep your eyes and ears peeled. Getting tired of these darn lights. Okay. It's quiet. Two. All right, cover me.
This door's automated too. 106. See if you can find a generator. We'll keep this hallway secure.
Thank you. Ah, this one.
These motherfuckers set up floodlights, but they don't have the common decency to change a fucking light bulb?
Probably spent all their pocket change excavating this place.
Well, I'm glad y'all are having such a quaint time.
Movement detected in laundry room. Speed 600 kilometers per hour. For safety reasons, running is discouraged.
Yeah, discourage my foot up your face. Alright, so far we're moving in. But I say someone better not try to jump me. What in the world?
Looks like the door is powered on. Get back here.
Alright, here we go. Guess we gotta go through the old vents. We have to be sus. We have to be sus. We need to vent. Fellas? What? We not gonna comment on that? What was that? Yeah, we not gonna comment on that. Where are my fellas at? Okay. Let's kind of backtrack a little. We're down here. This door opened.
Safety warning. Significant increase in recent workplace accidents. 32 injuries. 74
What happened down here?
102 uncategorized.
I don't like this. Where my fellas at? Oh no. What the Oh heck no. When did this just become a horror game? Okay, since when did this become a horror game? Nah, this is crazy. They're blind. Okay, so they're blind. That's perfect. Okay. Tiptoe by the window. Okay. Just gotta stay focused. Just gotta stay focused. Tiptoe by the window. That thing is blind, right? But I ain't gonna risk it. I ain't gonna risk it for this biscuit. Partner, do you want to know what I'm dealing with right now?
Picking up some strange activity. Apparently the power to the loading bay was activated somehow.
And where were you? Unless that was just a nightmare. Now we're back to combat, finally. Because I don't want to ever deal with that thing again. So that thing is blind. Good. Hope it stayed blind too. I don't know if that was a nightmare or what. But that thing was freaky. Nope. I'm not trying to backtrack. So I guess we go through here.
Attention. Facility is at overcapacity.
Oh, don't tell me I have to do this thing again. Nah. Better grab some intel while we're at it. I don't know what that. What in the world? Nah, this must be a ghost mission or something. Okay. There's a reason why it's going pitch black. Oh, don't tell me we're going to the back rooms. Oh no. Oh no. Bruh, this is the back rooms. They actually made a back rooms and okay, back to the walls, back to the walls. No, we're actually in the back rooms. We're actually in the back rooms. Yeah, bullets aren't going to do anything here. I'm going to have to rely on the sword. Okay. Okay, YOLO. Feel like Samurai Jack. Oh, why? Okay. Okay, let's get this over with. Oh, that nearly startled me. What? What is that? Bruh, chat, I had to go quiet for a minute. Oh no. I know what this is. Sanity water. Why this level? Okay, let's do this. We're gonna face this together. Alright. So far we're doing A-okay. Remember that thing is blind, correct? Okay. So far we're doing good. I did not know this game had a backrooms level. Tiptoe by the window. Oh. Okay, come on. You know when it auto-saves, something's about to kick off. Why? Oh gosh. Why? Okay, just keep pushing, just keep pushing. Once we beat this game... Nah, we're going through some straight up PTSD or something. We're going through some literal PTSD. I figured all that killing would come back to bite us, but dang.
Anomalous activity detected.
I figured all this killing with people would come back to bite us, but I didn't think it would do it like this. for a PTSD, but this is on a whole new spectrum. Booyah. Now I'm like Deadpool. Okay.
Find me.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Warriors, if we beat this level, we're never doing it again. Okay, we're doing this. Do I read? Yeah, I read PTSD. Like, dude, we were really in the thick of it. I don't know what's going on. I have been dead silent focused. Sorry for leaving you guys like that. This has gotten me scared. Like, I am just shooketh. No. We are going through post-traumatic stress disorder. This has to be PTSD. Okay, into the thick of it. Okay. Oh no, oh no.
Watch my back, move it up! Okay, cover it, go!
Nah. Whew, I'm so glad we got dual wield. Nah, this guy must be going through PTSD. Because there is no way we should be even doing this. Nah. We're going through it. What the Okay. What the truck? Oh no. In the name of Jesus, bless this katana. Amen. Nah, we dealing with ghosts. Of course it's locked. Look, I did nothing to y'all. I don't know who I could ticked off in life. Bruh, they got me shook. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, they actually got me shooketh. Like, I don't know what I did to...
CS2, we detected anomalous activity in your area. Stay sharp.
Cover me, I'm going in! Watch your back! Cut! Everybody, cover!
Guys wanna do this now?
Oh, fuck, I think it got hit! Fire!
Guys wanna do this now? It's like it's trying to switch it between. This guy is definitely going through PTSD. Cause this all can't be real. No, I saw that. Yo, you gotta be going through something. This gotta be pure PTSD. I know I've said this over and over, but no. This guy's going through the thick of it. Whatever demon you got going on, we're gonna face it together. Oh, scampe. Okay, we alright. Oh, they toying with us. They are toying with us. There we go. Now it's dual wielding time on silencer.
CS3. CS2 hasn't responded in 2 hours. Cancel all activity in RTB.
Alright, move it up! I'm on the move!
So much for stealth.
We're detecting more anomalous activity. Here. Get ready, men.
Whatever this is you're facing, man. Anomalies.
You're covered! Move it up! Move it out! Come on, get going!
Booyah. I just can't right now. Gotta stay focused. What in tarnation?
You have arrived at your destination.
Hit it again! We gotta destroy this thing!
Oh, y'all are dealing with the That's a portal. So I'm doing up all this anomaly stuff because y'all are screwing up the supernatural. That's why I've been getting all messed up in the head.
What the sakes? Oh, we knew he'd be alive. We're trying to destroy this crystal, whatever it's doing.
It's a portal. That ain't no crystal.
What the fuck? We're under attack!
My men! Subject 83. We're dealing with some SCP kind of crap. What am I supposed to do? Okay. Guess we gotta destroy this crystal then. That takes the cake. There's a hole around it. So what do I do? What do I do? I mean...
Site 83 reinforcements have arrived.
Nah.
Deploy to containment zone to stabilize Object 83.
Yeah. Bingo. Booyah. Bingo. Alright. Our objective. Where do we go to find... Where is it? Fine with me. Finally. Have I earned your trust? What the crap are we doing? crap. Dang. Good thing it auto-saved. Come here. Come on. We need to find another shotgun pronto. Bingo. Now we're talking. Booyah. That was annoying. All right. Where to next now? What do I gotta do? Do I not prove myself? These guys just don't let up. Okay, just gotta keep searching. But yeah, chat, I'm glad we had that at the back rooms. No, it is not easy sometimes. Okay, where are we going? Seriously. Can't you at least give a clue? That explains a lot. Okay, see. What is my objective? Okay, we'll find it. Ah, here we are. Bingo, just had to keep searching, it's all. I'm so glad we're not dealing with any more anomalies. Sega. Gotta find where the white energy went. That's all. You gotta find where the white lightning went. Ah, there we are. Time to shut her down. That's what I thought. Talking all that good smack. We're good with what we got though. Keep looking for the white lightning. Find the white lightning. So far, I'm really enjoying this part now. I'm glad to be away from all the anomalies. If I can find another gun like this. Yippee-ki-yay. Now let's go find the last lightning, guys. Alright, warriors, keep your eyes peeled. So far... No. I believe that was 3 so far. Locked. Of course they're locked. Okay, come on. Seek and ye shall find, as they say. No. Where is it? If I can just find... Just gotta be patient with myself, too. Gotta make sure that I'm just not... Where are you? Where can I find the last one? Okay. I was just going in circles. Unless... No. No. Where is it? Nope. gonna be difficult. Alright. No. I'm trying to find every one of them. Come on. This last part is difficult. What am I exactly looking for? What am I looking for exactly? Alright, here we go, I guess. Ooh. Whoa. Nani.
It's not your time. Yeah.
I'm not seeing any survivors.
Holy Toledo.
I have eyes on 106. Picking him up now.
What the scrap? To a place where you will be.
We kept the place nice and tidy for you while you were away. Wish we could do more.
Nah, you done quite enough.
Wondering, we couldn't find Phantom anywhere. None of their squads, no bodies, no guns, no trace.
You will not believe the day that I just had.
I read over the debrief. Lots of crazy shit in your last mission.
You think?
That's what Horizon doesn't understand. Anomalies aren't meant to be played with. In one blink of an eye, that whole black side turned into a crater. It's a miracle you didn't disappear along with it. Glad to have you back, 106.
You and I both. You and I both. What the crap?
Still can't believe you survived. Medical report claims you made it out unscratched. All things considered, welcome back to base 106.
Thanks.
We're still trying to find out what caused that crater. But one thing's for sure. As long as Horizon's still active, everyone's in danger.
And it's our job to take him down to size. Just took that down Site A3. Okay, let's do it.
Coordinates locked. Awaiting for 106 at the helipad.
We're gonna need more than just pistols. Bingo. They'll still be there. We're gonna need more than just pistols.
Horizon needs to pay for everything they've done. To us. And to you.
Right on.
Director, 106 is on board. Moving to rally point.
Alright, let's do this. Might find a place to start. Alright, let's go.
All teams in position.
106, once you get those bombs planted, we'll begin the assault.
Oh yeah. Let's get to work. Bingo. I love dual wielding. Booyakasha. Bingo. Yeah. Now that's what I'm talking about, warriors. All night, every night. Alright, let's plant this bomb. Booyah. Now that's what I'm talking about. Ain't no thing for your Shogun. Let's do this.
Charge set. All teams begin the assault.
Boom shakalaka. Now this is more like it. Happy 4th of July, everyone. Yeah. Come here. Where's some more guns I can use? Ooh, they made y'all quite crispy.
Outer perimeter clear. Circle the building and find targets. Roger, breaking off.
Deploying Shade 1. Have fun down there.
Oh, you know I will.
Lead the way, 106.
Bingo. Let's do this, gentlemen. Come on. Hold on, y'all. I need to grab some guns. Ah, poo. Ah, well. Be grateful for which thou shalt. Be thankful for what you receive. How about some swordplay? Yeah, you're right. You did mess with the wrong bull. Now you just got the horn.
Move your sorry ass. I need some help, jackasses! I'm reloading, cover me! Man down! Find cover! Take this! Suppressing! Over there!
Bingo.
Area clear.
Whew.
We secured the lobby.
Horizon senior leadership is hiding on the executive floors. Take them out, and Horizon will be finished.
Not bad, guys. Dual sniper.
Welcome to Horizon Towers, where investment matters to Horizon. We are on the verge of
Not bad, guys. We wrecked them up.
need your help. Together, we can change the world. It's true. We are suffering higher attrition this quarter. We are in a growth phase, and growth requires sacrifices. We aren't going to change the world by playing it safe.
Moving!
We made mistakes. Some people died. We'll try again and
Alright, let's do this, gentlemen.
It's over, 106. We'll stop Horizon once and for all.
Let's do it then.
106, I can barely reach you on comms. Something's interfering with the signal.
Subject 106, you're not burning down an empire, you're burning down the hopes and dreams of thousands of scientists and innovators. Look around you. These aren't military targets, these are civilians. Have you ever noticed how the Syndicate is always the aggressor, always the invader? What you're
Oh.
today isn't justice, it's genocide.
Oh, it's one of those. One of those talks, eh?
Cover me, damn it! You're covered, now fucking move! Shit, right there! Out of heat, reloading!
Attention all personnel, evacuate now. That's an order.
Let's do this.
Can't do that, not until you're safe!
Horizon is finished. There's nothing to die here for. Leave while you still can.
We can't lose the greatest mind of this generation. We're staying, son. That's final.
It was an honor working with you all.
Dang, I feel. Booyah.
Breaking a cam light.
Come on. You can't hide from me. Now we're in business. Spare me your fake pleasure, teeth.
It's hasty work, Captain, but this is the best we could do. Wish I could have done more for all of you.
Yeah, well,
What'd you see?
what would have served? What would it have served, my friend? Nothing in the end. Let's vamoose. Oh, you guys want to attack me? Please. What more do you want? What more do these weirdos want? Bingo. Now we're in business. Nothing, huh? How do we bust this door open? Ah, here you are. Bingo. Alright, move on forward.
What have they done to you? You can't do this to me. I've sacrificed everything for this!
He's uploading his consciousness. You'll have to stop him.
Now on my watch.
Deploying a...
You don't know what you're doing!
I'll take it out. Which one of you?
find the next brain.
Stepping off. Throwing a flip target in my sights. Guys, right there. Frag out. What the fuck?
Please.
I just need more time.
Turns on 6. Load them up.
Watch out, it's subject to after him, damn it. Cover me.
You guys are jacked.
Got him in my sight. Take cover.
Like I give a care.
Tossing a grenade. Back me up, I move it, you old flanked motherfucker. Keep up the suppressor fire. Back out. This is it, fucktard. Keep suppressing. Frag out.
Come on. Now I got the bomb bug.
Moving out. Frag out. Suppressive fire. Careful. Don't let him flank us. Get down. Move your flank. All right, you move your flank. I'm surrendering.
Please.
I trusted the Syndicate. They betrayed me. You're walking in my footsteps, Six. Stop before it's too late! Over there! Take cover! What? God damn it! After it! Son of a bitch! Take this, asshole! I'm down! Keep your head down, grenade out! Got him in my sights. Light out. Overheat! Target in my sights! Where am I? What's going on? Find cover! I can't see anything! Someone, where they want us! Throwing a grenade! Sorry, Six.
Come on. We were almost there. Don't worry, we can push it.
They betrayed me. You're walking in my footsteps, Six. Stop before it's too late! Look alive, we got hostile! He's too fucking fast! Cover!
How do we do this? Okay, don't give up. We're almost there. Just gotta keep fighting.
They betrayed me. You're walking in my footsteps, Six. Stop before it's too late.
You get crushed. Come on. Nah, that's bull.
They betrayed me. You're walking in my footsteps, Six. Stop before it's too late. Subject 106 sighted. Got him in my sights. Oh, hell no. Get down. Throwing a grenade. Grenade. Don't let him out of your sight. Take cover. Oh, God. Fuck, no. Reloading.
Look at him burn down there. 106, I got you some supplies.
Finally. We did, warriors. Let's do this. Come on.
Betrayed me. You're walking in my footsteps, Six. Stop before it's too late.
Seriously? This is stupid. So basically, okay, we gotta take the helicopter down. They're just distractions. Do it. Booyah.
Priority target is KIA. You've done it, 106. Horizon is finished.
Yippee-ki-yay. Oh, this was a pain in the hide.
You've done more than anyone could ever ask for.
Oh, that was a pain. What in the...
Fight it. You were our most valuable asset, 106. You served the Syndicate well. It's time for you to retire now.
What did they do to us? No.
It was always meant to end this way.
But what about our side
You're one
missions?
of many cycles, 106.
No. No. You used me. You used me. You mean even at the beginning? You used me.
Each of you were created for a special purpose.
The enemy triumphs today, but our sacrifice will not be in vain. For we have planted the seed to break the cycle.
So you lied to us. We had so many more missions.
You can't do this to me. I've sacrificed everything for this!
Now that your purpose is fulfilled, Cycle 106 is complete.
Nah. No. You don't get to end me like this. Break the cycle we shall.
Acknowledged. Terminate Cycle 106.
He served us well.
No. This is what I get for helping you?
All units be advised. Cycle 106 is active. Containment measures are ineffective.
All fire teams man your stations. Subject 106 betrayed us. This is our
You took my sword. Ah. You were my brothers. Nah, you were my brothers. And this is how you this is how you return the favor?
Acknowledged. Terminate Cycle 106.
He served us
Nah, this ain't gonna be the end. It shall not.
All units be advised. Subject 106 is active. Containment measures are ineffective.
All fire teams man their stations.
Come on.
Subject 106 betrayed us. This is our call in. We're outside the incinerator room. Flash and clear. Let's go.
Ah, yeah. Just 'cause I got my sword, I can't scrap. You were my brothers.
That's enough, 106. Stand down immediately.
No. Now you just made this personal. Now you just made this personal when it didn't have to be. Nah. Let's do this. Took my sword. Yeah. Nah.
Shit, that was close. Director, 106 is going for the silo. Attention, all units! Subject 106 is trying to destroy the facility. We can't let that happen.
Come and stop.
Showing a double.
Let's do this. Turned your backs on me. You were my brothers. And you betrayed your own blood. Let's do this. How we get in here? There's gotta be a way in. Come on, where do we find the main... How do we get in here? I know there's a way. This is crazy. They literally just betrayed us for nothing. Is this like just a trap or something? Nah. Come on. What more can I do right now? Bingo.
Start the next cycle.
Next cycle.
Start the next cycle now.
Let's get this over with. Nothing but cheap betrayal is what I get for serving. Gotta find a way inside. This part is gonna be a little difficult, chat. But don't worry. I'm gonna push on through. Okay, so this game just tries to let you figure out on your own. Throughout the entire game, it's just chase and figure out. What more am I supposed to do? What more am I supposed to do? All main exits are sealed off. Oh, well, hello. You sneaky little something. You gotta learn, huh? I've learned plenty. Come on. best you got. Nah, you messed with the wrong one. Come on. Let's do this.
Preparations for the next cycle are almost complete.
Booyah.
System's critical. This whole damn facility's starting to fall apart.
They made more of us? So you're just gonna replace us like cheap garbage? Now it's personal. Even more. You think I'm afraid of you? Let's dance. You're not Jetstream Sam. Very coward. Come on. Huh. Let's do this. Come here. What's the point of trying to fight this dude again? Brag. So now I gotta do that again? Please. Disarm this crap. Booyah. Slice my hand off, will ya? Don't think I can't scrap. Come and get these squabbles.
Forget about 106. We need to cut our losses in quarters.
Yeah, you should pull out. Last time we meet, my friend. This is the last time we meet. But hey, thanks for staying solid with me to the very end. Thank you. Syndicate cloning facility. So we're just a clone. We're just a super soldier. I mean, they said we were one from the beginning, but no. No, they all just wanted to get rid of us, chat. Nah. They did us wrong. Now it's time for you to be gone. Time to put y'all in the dirt. Because y'all made us hurt. Goodbye, my friend. Alright, you overgrown cybernetic Terminator wannabe. Let's dance. Oh, you think I'm scared? You know what? I'm glad we have Oppenheimer down here. Come on, I ain't scared of you. Wanna be Atom Smasher? Where are you? How he fights them like that? How are we supposed to beat someone with just one hand? Come on. Gotta be some extra way of beating this dude, Dad. Gotta be some way. Gotta try something. Nothing makes sense. There is a way. You have to bait them. You have to bait this guy somehow. Come on. That the best you got? I think just because you cut my hand off, I'm just going to give up now. Quit ducking. Nah, quit ducking. There you go. He exposed himself, but you gotta watch it. Come on, brother. You will never kick my sorry hide. Come on. Come on. Just gotta keep pushing it. He'll expose himself. Come on, warriors. Give me that energy. Gotta bait him. Whoa. Okay. We got this. This game's about endurance. Booyakasha. You might be big and strong, but do you have accuracy? No, you do not. Let's do this. Come on. Come on. Come on. You got it. Hit the button. Bon voyage. That's what you get. Yippee-ki-yay, you beta hombres. Yeah. Wash over me. Wash all over me. So what now? And that is the end. Nah. We need to commemorate this. We need to commemorate this, y'all. Everyone say cheese. And bingo. And we did, guys. We have successfully beat Trepang. And there you go, guys. Going back to the game, we just did it. We beat Trepang. We beat Trepang, guys. Now back to the safe house. Or what's left of it, really. Yeah, none to say now. They took my katana. Well, guess just you and I, mate. Man. No way. No, hold up. Oh man, you can't dual wield. I got my sword back. Awesome. So, I guess now that we got you back, well, now we're our own man. Do our own thing. I think we already did that. We beat them, we beat the whole campaign. We did, guys. We beat Trepang. Hold on, though. You already know. And another. Booyah.
Alright, have some fun.
I love this game. Now we get to call our own shots. It's good to be back. It is good to be back. And we did, guys. We got my sword. Oh, hold on. Also, yo, we got all the good bombs. Alright, let's see if I can aim for the head. Ooh, right in the head. Nice. It's good to be back. Oh yeah. Come on now. There we go. Keep the change, you filthy animals. And a happy new year.
Yep, reset.
Howdy, friend. Behind your butt. Oh, they in here. Booyah. Now I know I'm shooting at. go. This will never.
Setting the range.
I love free range. Awesome. This has been a lit journey, guys. We finally beat Trepang. And that only took us 2 streams. 2 streams to beat this game. I'm very proud of us, Warriors. This is another huge milestone in our journey. That being said, I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. That being said, I'm gonna go ahead and call it here for our gaming. Back to the dojo, y'all. I gotta say, this has been an amazing stream. And I'm just very happy to finally beat this game and just grind. This has been history in the making, and it just means a lot. It means a lot that we can come together and just hang, chill, and vibe, and just have a great time. But before we close out tonight, let's react to some more Thought Potato. But for right now, I'm going to use a little potty break, a little samurai shogun, the little shogun's bathroom. So, that being said, while we wait, listen to some good old beats. As always, BRB Warriors, yeehaw! Thanks for the patience, everyone. Thanks for being here. Just had to take care of a small little errand real quick. But furthermore, here we are. Hope you are excited for some more reactions. Hope you are excited for tonight's reactions as we continue on. So then, with that being said, let's see. Okay, here we are.
This presentation is sponsored by Wondrium. Without conceit, I regard it as self-evident that my research has shown a scientific light into many dark corners once relegated to the domain of the supernatural. But despite the many avenues down which my research has led me, few can compare to the horrors I present to you today of the human body cruelly twisted into a canine form so animalistic it shocks the senses. Throughout history, tales and legends of dogmen appear in nearly every culture in the world, from the cursed Lycaean of ancient Greece to the widespread werewolves and cynocephaly of medieval Europe to the rougarou of Cajun folklore, and even to the modern sightings of creatures such as the alleged Beast of Bray Road. What I present to you today, my valued listener, however unbelievable it may seem, is that each of these accounts is rooted in some level of truth, a primal fear seated deep in humanity's subconscious, and one that I believe can be traced to mankind's first contact with a devastating virus I have named the lycanthropic parvovirus. But before we move into the details of this microscopic horror, permit me to provide some context for the work that led to its discovery. As I previously alluded, for decades my own research forged a path that may have never intersected with this particular virus. But then, nearly by chance, I met a brilliant biologist equally passionate and similarly motivated to uncover truths that mainstream academia refused to entertain. Sadly, though we were able to trade ideas for a time, the thread of fate that had pulled us together was tragically and very suddenly severed. This scientist, whose name, at least for now, will remain in anonymity lest her legacy be tarnished, was killed by the very organisms she studied. I found her in her home, her body rent in pieces. Even still, her research became the foundation of my own, though most was gleaned from the pages of the detailed journals she left behind. And though I am grateful for her notes and our brief time together, the findings that were her life's work have become a heavy burden. The light of science, at its core, is a wondrous form of systematic discovery. But I sometimes wonder if, perhaps, some things are best left in the dark. As you likely know by now, my own work has led to the momentous, though as yet largely unaccepted, discoveries of the human vampiric virus and the human zombic virus. Both appear to be members of mononegavirales, and each, through a cascade of genetic alterations, transforms their hosts into violent killing machines, though in very different ways. But in terms of morphological restructuring, neither of these viruses can compare to the lycanthropic parvovirus, which eventually causes such drastic changes in its hosts that they can scarcely be recognized as having once been human. At the risk of pressing your gracious allowance, I will now move on into the second part of my presentation, the virus itself. As the name indicates, LPV is classified in the family Parvoviridae. In general, parvoviruses are capable of infecting numerous species, though most people are familiar with the canine and feline strains, which cause severe and life-threatening diseases in wild animals and pets alike. In humans, parvoviruses are much less severe, frequently causing no symptoms whatsoever. What makes LPV unique is that it is zoonotic, easily transmitted to humans via the bite of an infected canine. Specifically, in nearly every case, it's the bite of a Canis lupus, a gray wolf, or one of its many subspecies. Indeed, this virus appears to be highly specialized, unable to infect or be carried by any organisms except for canines and primates. As a result, the most common victims of lycanthropy, or lichens as I call them, are those whose profession brings them in frequent contact with wolves, such as hunters, trappers, and lumberjacks. Upon entering a host's bloodstream, rather than targeting a single type of tissue, the lycanthropic parvovirus proceeds to infect and, on some level, transform every living cell with a nucleus in the body. Most parvoviruses enter host cells by endocytosis,
Fascinating.
traveling to the nucleus where they wait
Fascinating
until the cell
indeed.
enters its replication stage. Only then is the virus's genome uncoded and replicated, at which point the virus's messenger RNA is transcribed and translated. Eventually, mature virions exit the host cell via lysis, or destruction of the host cell. But the lycanthropic parvovirus appears to utilize a much stealthier method of reproduction. Rather than destroying the host cell, which the body could associate with inflammation, thereby alerting the immune system of its presence, the new virions bud from the host cell, leaving it intact, though altered. In this regard, LPV is perhaps lysis, or destruction of the host cell. But the lycanthropic parvovirus appears to utilize a much stealthier method of reproduction. Rather than destroying the host cell, which the body could associate with inflammation, thereby alerting the immune system of its presence, the new virions bud from the host cell, leaving it intact, though altered. In this regard, LPV is perhaps more similar to human papillomavirus, which is a similar non-enveloped DNA virus that alters cellular genomes without destroying the cell itself. In fact, because LPV does appear to be a DNA virus rather than RNA, as with the previously described HVV and HZV, no reverse transcription from RNA to DNA is necessary. Upon entering a cell, the viral DNA can immediately integrate itself into the host's chromosomes. In short, the changes that lycanthropic parvovirus makes to its host's cells are drastic and rapid. In my studies, I have observed that the onset of symptoms occurs at roughly 24 hours from the point of infection. These symptoms are somewhat generic hallmarks of an extreme immune response: severe thirst, high fever, chills, and even itching, the latter of which is likely related to metabolic increase brought on by the virus. These are similar to the other diseases I have presented, but unlike HVV and HZV, the lycanthropic virus appears to have no need of a coma to facilitate the transformation of its host. By the 48-hour mark, the fever begins to dissipate, and the other symptoms are drastically reduced. However, new symptoms rapidly begin to take their place. Extremely rapid hair growth becomes apparent, and the victim becomes increasingly violent. Communication with the victim becomes nearly impossible as their responses degrade into grunts, growls, and hisses. Attempts to restrain patients at this stage often result in self-harm and even more extreme aggression. Indeed, the victim will take great efforts to flee from the company of any humans, presumably to complete their transformation in a more secluded area. But now, I must warn you, even if you regard my previous work as truthful, the transformation that follows LPV infection is so radical, the contortions it places upon the body so disturbing, that even in recounting it here, I scarcely believe it myself. Occasionally, even in
Yeah, the transformation is quite painful. That's a would you rather be, a werewolf or a vampire? I'd rather be a vampire. I'm not going through that every full moon.
intrepid, science-minded people like us need a little downtime. Sure, you could spend that time streaming a mind-numbing TV show, or you could spend it discovering a new passion or honing a skill. This video is sponsored by Wondrium, an online platform where you find the answer to just about everything you've ever wondered about, and some things you've never imagined you would wonder about. Their carefully curated collection of short and long-form videos, tutorials, how-tos, travelogues, documentaries, and more is academically comprehensive, thoroughly researched, relentlessly entertaining, and presented by engaging experts. For me, nothing is more rewarding than expanding my knowledge of a particular subject, especially when it's presented in a fun and engaging way, and no platform that I've found does it better than Wondrium. I recently watched a course called Rediscovering the Age of Dinosaurs, presented by a distinguished paleontologist, and let me tell you, I've never been so fascinated by the study of these extinct creatures. For example, I learned that by studying the fossilized bones of sauropods,
I remember back when I was a kid, I would love dinosaurs so much, so this would really be perfect for me as well.
scientists were able to turn the established idea of a slow-growing dinosaur on its head. Rather than taking 100 years to reach their gargantuan size, as previously thought, sauropods like Apatosaurus likely reached maturity in a mere 20 years. But if you're like me, your interests are wide and varied. Fortunately, Wondrium adds new content every single month, so finding new and unexpected ways to learn and grow couldn't be easier. Just recently, for example, they launched a 15-part series called In the Footsteps of Historical Jesus, which will dive deeper into Jesus' life, from birth to resurrection. infection. Plus, you can access Wondrium from just about any streaming device, and you can even download a course to listen to like a podcast. So if you want to check out Wondrium for yourself, now's your chance. They're generously offering my viewers a free trial. Just visit wondrium.com/thoughtpotato or click the link in the description below to start your free trial today. The transformation from the humanoid body plan to that of a lichen is drastic and, even to the scientifically minded, disturbing. Indeed, few could look upon the lichen's distorted visage without having to stifle a sense of fear and repulsion that rises from the id like a dormant memory. However, in stark contrast to the portrayals in movies, novels, and even folklore, this transformation does not wait for a full moon, and it takes far longer than mere hours to complete. Approximately 1 week following infection, major physiological changes begin to take place. Though the exact mechanisms are a subject of my ongoing research, I have found evidence to indicate that essentially, the viral DNA takes over the body's process of cellular differentiation, selectively altering certain parts of the human genome based on the final design of the organism. As the infected cells shift and divide according to their newly modified genetic instructions, the victim undergoes an agonizing reshaping of bones and soft tissues. Worse, rather than being over in a single night, this agony is very long-lived. Unfortunately, because it places a great deal of strain on the victim's heart and body, many do not survive the transformation. Such has often been the case in my own research. This, combined with the difficulty in locating infected individuals in the first place, has forced me to infer much about the stages of transformation, mainly from corpses of those who died in the process. In any case, it appears that the entire transformation is complete in 6 weeks. During that time, the unfortunate victim prefers isolation, and likely as a result of their torment, will lash out strongly at any who attempt to draw near. Needless to say, the common notion of a werewolf who transforms at the full moon and then back again is biological fantasy, and the changes that the lycanthropic parvovirus enacts upon its hosts are completely irreversible. However, my personal mantra is that there is some truth to just about every myth, and as I present the information I have gleaned from my own research and that of my colleague, we will discuss just what biological adaptations are fiction and which are rooted in unsettling reality. The earliest changes to occur in a victim's body are twofold: widespread hair growth and, in order to adapt to an increasingly nocturnal hunting pattern, heightened senses. Of course, thick fur is a hallmark of the lycanthropic appearance, and this is one aspect of the legends that is very real. It appears that the virus may reactivate a certain gene that plays a role in embryonic hair growth, but is normally dormant in adults, SOX3. Essentially, the result is generalized terminal hypertrichosis, a condition not without precedent in humans, though it is rare and not nearly as universal as what is triggered by LPV, and which causes the growth of terminal hair across parts of the body which are normally hairless, such as the nose, forehead, ears, back, etc. In fact, the only areas that remain hairless by the end of the lichen transformation are the palms of the hand and the soles of the feet. At the same time, an increase in melanin production turns the skin a very light or very dark gray, depending on the victim's ethnicity. Victims' eyes begin to appear bloodshot due to the increased blood flow, which supports the formation of tapetum lucidum tissue behind the eye, which serves to reflect light. This greatly improves night vision and causes their characteristic eye shine. Toward the latter part of their transformation, loss of pigment in the iris brightens its hue to either a pale icy blue or an intense yellow-amber coloration. This is the primary sensory change that facilitates their newly nocturnal behavior, but changes in their brain also occur. Alterations to the suprachiasmatic nuclei of the hypothalamus work to entirely reverse the victim's circadian rhythm.
The hypothalamus. That controls the body's temperature. You knock that thing out of line, and everything goes out of line. Remember that from Osmosis Jones. That's where most viruses attack.
Other senses are greatly improved as well. Auditory perception quadruples, while olfaction is nearly 100 times keener than that of an uninfected human. Autopsies reveal hypertrophic limbic neurons and a proliferation of receptor cells, which may explain these heightened senses. One area of my research that still requires extensive testing is what occurs in the lichen brain. It appears that large portions of the prefrontal cortex and hippocampus are reduced in mature lichens, leading me to believe that this is at least partially to blame blame for their extreme aggression and apparent lack of reasoning abilities. Of course, some of this likely has to do with their often overwhelming need for food, but this is a point to which we'll return. But while all of these changes begin relatively early in the transformation process, the next few weeks involve much greater and more fundamental modifications. Triggered by increased production of growth hormone from the pituitary gland and insulin-like growth factor from the liver, unprecedented bone and muscle growth occurs throughout the body and, as a side effect, causes the skin to swell and bruise. In many major bones, such as those in the arms, legs, hands, and feet, hyaline cartilage cells in the epiphyseal plate, a zone normally dormant in adults, are reactivated. In these particular bones, cartilage cells called osteoclasts break down bone tissue by dissolving its mineralized matrix, a process known as bone resorption, while chondrocytes form new cartilage to replace the missing bone. Finally, fibroblasts strengthen the cartilage by reinforcing it with additional collagen. Once this process is complete, cartilage can once again stack inside the open growth plates and spread across the outside of the skeleton to form new bone tissue via osteoblasts, which replace old cartilage as it degenerates. But bone that grows in length alone could quickly become brittle, especially when the force of the victim's added muscles enact on it. To resolve this, most larger bones in the lichen's body also undergo apositional growth, which causes them to increase in diameter and thereby greatly increasing their density and strength. Interestingly, the coccyx, or tailbone, is also elongated, forming a rudimentary and largely non-functional tail of sorts. These processes are mostly finished by the end of the 6-week period, though less pronounced.
That's the beginning of the tailbone. Keep it in simpler terms.
Growth may continue for years following the transformation, but perhaps the most drastic and obvious changes occur in the bones of the face and skull. Beginning at approximately 1 week post-infection, the viscerocranium undergoes massive restructuring. The maxilla, mandible, and nasal bone, facilitated by additional ossification triggered by the same process as the rest of the body, begin to grotesquely elongate. Other affected bones are the zygomatic bone and arch, which add thickness to support the enlarged facial bones. Additionally, the anterior nasal aperture is shifted forward along with the surrounding bones, and new layers are added to the spongy matrix within the nasal cavity. As the nasal bone and maxilla push forward, the lateral, alar, and septal cartilage of the external nose are compressed, and the fibrofatty tissue that makes up the nostrils is redistributed slightly, severely flattening the nose. Meanwhile, the lower jaw shifts forward slightly and undergoes elongation via similar processes. Observations of corpses who died in various stages of this transformation indicate that the facial bones and jaw don't always grow at the same rate, sometimes leaving the lichen with an under or overbite until the transformation is complete. Though not nearly as pronounced as many depictions in art and the media portray, by the end of the roughly 6-week period, all of these changes do bestow upon the victim an almost mesocephalic snout, and one that is admittedly strikingly canine in appearance. Accentuating this lupine visage is a tightening of the auricular muscles, which usually serve to move the ears slightly back and upward, positioning them higher on the head and aiding the lichen's enhanced hearing. Eventually,
Okay. That'll explain sometimes. This is kind of off topic from werewolves, but it's like, say it was a humanoid with both human ears and wolf ears, like Blake from Ruby. That would kind of explain just a little bit. Twice the hearing via normal ears and animal ears.
perhaps months after transformation, a gradual and unknown process also seems to collapse certain cartilage in the ear's helix, giving it a distinctly pointed shape. But of course, these aren't the only changes that occur in the head. Dentition is also substantially altered. Normal humans have a total of about 32 teeth, 4 canines, 8 incisors, 8 premolars, and 12 molars. Like wolves and bears, however, lichens have up to 42, 4 canines, 12 incisors, 16 premolars, and 10 molars. It also appears that a triggering of odontogenesis essentially causes a condition known as hyperdontia, which results in the growth of supplemental supernumerary teeth. As of this recording, I have yet to determine exactly how this happens, but my research suggests that these teeth develop from additional tooth buds that arise directly from the dental lamina, or perhaps split from the bud of the original tooth itself. In normal humans, hyperdontia would likely cause severe overcrowding, but because the lichen jaws also elongate, space is not an issue. Additionally, the canine teeth are substantially enlarged, as specialized ameloblasts travel through the narrow pores of the dentin and crown, and once they reach the surface, deposit additional enamel onto its tip. This is very similar to what occurs in vampire dentition, and with similar fang-like results. Finally, the chewing muscles of the jaw, namely the masseter, pterygoid, and temporal muscles, are greatly enlarged, which gives fully transformed lichens an immensely powerful bite force. I have yet to determine a controllable method to test just how powerful it is, but I will add these findings when they become available. But we cannot move on from the subject of lichen bone structure without discussing their hands and feet. During the mid to late part of their transformation, the victim's nails on both fingers and toes begin to loosen.
So, would y'all still have a foot fetish now? If that was your waifu's foot, would you still have a fetish for feet? Exactly.
Eventually, they will fall out entirely as the distal phalanx bones grow into hooked claws. These slowly erupt from the former nail beds as hard keratin forms around the new quicks. Though they are initially short and small, these claws can grow to over 6 inches in length. By the end of their transformation, the lichen hand is strikingly similar to the claw of a bear, and lichen's use of their thumb is similarly restricted, making it easier to move on all fours. A fully transformed lichen's feet also exhibit similar claws. Thanks to the elongation and thickening of the forearms, feet, and spinal column, moving in a quadrupedal stance appears to be remarkably comfortable for a formerly fully bipedal creature, though thanks to their newly shaped feet, which are generally plantigrade during bipedal movement and digitigrade while on all fours, and their enlarged pelvic and shoulder girdles, moving between stances appears to be equally comfortable. But comfortable is not a word anyone would use to describe the transformation process itself. It is likely immensely painful, like severe and pervasive growing pains sustained for weeks. This pain is likely compounded by the numerous changes that occur in the internal organs. Though the digestive and cardiovascular symptoms remain largely unchanged, structurally speaking, most organs, including the heart, become greatly enlarged in order to cope with the lichen's increased body mass. In fact, the heart is so enlarged that fully transformed lichens experience a decreased resting heart rate of around 40 to 50 beats per minute, similar to that of a large bear. As such, the physiological reliance on this organ makes them much more vulnerable to chest injuries, especially since their ability to clot blood, heal injuries, and fight infection is not superior to humans and other mammals. The common conception that silver is more effective than any other kind of bullet is pure fiction. Older lichens also exhibit shorter digestive tracts, likely an adaptation to their diet, which leads directly to my next point. To fuel
So silver doesn't really hurt them. It's just their heart is so oversized that it's easy to attack the heart. Okay, that makes more sense now.
their increased muscle hypertrophy, the extreme alterations in skeletal composition, and their increased overall metabolism, infected individuals must consume copious amounts of food, and more specifically, protein. Though they prefer isolation a majority of the time, lichens are not picky when it comes to food sources. Indeed, any living thing in close proximity to a lichen is truly in mortal danger, and they will likely fall victim to these beasts' insatiable appetite. The net effect of these extreme alterations to the humanoid body plan is clear. Post-transformation, victims of LPV are reduced to an aggressive, animalistic state. Legs and arms are restructured to allow for effective locomotion in both bipedal and quadrupedal stances. The facial muscles and bones form a kind of snout, and medium-length hair covers their entire body. These stark and even radical changes are cemented until the poor creature dies, though I have no evidence to show that lichen lifespans are longer or shorter than the average humans. Needless to say, it is clear where the persisting legends of werewolves come from. But one nagging question has likely already occurred to you, as it did to me in the early phases of my research. Why would a virus induce a transformation that requires such a high biological cost? My hypothesis is simple. The virus itself likely originated in canines in the distant past, and through a process known as horizontal gene transfer, it likely assimilated so much of its host's genome that it has little choice but to express similar characteristics in any host it infects. It just so happens that primates are the only other mammals it's capable of infecting. Generally speaking, based on the discovery of dozens of well-preserved fossils, records of which were provided by my deceased colleague, I believed that the first true lichens originated in in the forest-heavy landmass of Eurasia, possibly after infecting and wiping out our Neanderthal cousins. As humanity progressed into the medieval era, we never lost the deep-seated fear of our lichen predators. As a result, legends of distant lands populated by dog-headed men persisted, as did the concept of the terrifying werewolf. Even today, these legends are ingrained in our culture. Many have thought of lycanthropy as a fictional metaphor for the duality of man, a personification of the ongoing struggle between the enlightened person and our basest instincts. But while these discussions may have merit, the reality is that lichens, werewolves, are very real. Some night, my dear listener, you may find yourself wandering through a lonely wood. You wouldn't see the attack coming, and if you miraculously survived it, you'd retain your wits long enough to see your skin grow fur, your limbs lengthen, and claws sprout from your fingertips. As the agony and madness overtakes you, prompted only by a lowly virus, metaphors and philosophies will not cross your mind. You'll be consumed by only one thought: to kill. This video is a work of fiction. Portions of this video were inspired by the Federal Vampire and Zombie Agency website. Links can be found in the description. And as always, thanks for watching, and remember, you matter.
Like always, guys, you matter. And I think that calls for tonight. I think we're gonna call here for tonight. What another successful stream. I gotta say, I really enjoyed tonight. I'm glad we come out here on Thanksgiving to hang together and have a great time. More importantly, I'm grateful to have you guys here. I'm grateful for my community and for my followers and everyone just being honest and always supporting me in the best way possible. Thank you truly for being here tonight as we find defeated Trepang. That being said, good news continuing, I will not be taking a hiatus. I'll be grinding further on my next streams. With that being said, tomorrow I shall return with another JoJo Bizarre reaction stream. So then, that being said, look forward to seeing you lit people tomorrow. Same warrior time, same warrior channel. That being said, take care of each other, stay awesome, be the best for each other. And as our fellow friend Thought Potato originally once said, you guys matter. Good night, everybody. Love you all and stay lit. Peace.